And we're recording, Chair.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 28th, 2021 Planning Commission special video meeting. It is currently 6:03 in the evening, and this Planning Commission meeting is now in session. My name is Daniel Hubble, and I'm the Planning Commission Chair. Tonight's virtual Planning Commission meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. The Zoom video of this meeting is being broadcast live and will be uploaded to the city's YouTube channel once it is complete. CPD Deputy Director Allison Van Gorp and other staff members are also participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using Zoom. Welcome all of you, and thank you for joining us tonight from wherever you are. Commissioners, if you could please have your microphones turned on, and I will have our senior admin, Andrea Larson, please conduct the roll call for the meeting. Andrea.
Thank you, Chair. I might be having a small internet connection, so if I pause, I'm going to ask Allison to take over for us. Commissioner Boatsman?
Present.
Commissioner Goodman?
Here.
Commissioner Rashish?
Here.
Vice Chair Weinberg?
Here.
Commissioner Murphy?
Here.
Chair Hubble?
Present.
And Commissioner Friedman?
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. For this meeting, we will continue to utilize Zoom, and as always, I will do my best to recognize you in the order in which hands are raised. After being recognized, we can ask our questions. We will go through that process for each of the sections that we need. As always, please feel free to either use the electronic hand raise. I'll do my best to recognize and call upon you, and also feel free to give me one of these if for some reason I'm not seeing you. We now move to the appearances portion of our agenda, where individuals wishing to speak live during our meeting may do so via telephone or via Zoom. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the Planning Commission on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the Commission as a whole and not to individual Commission members or staff members. If any person makes a personal, impertinent, or slanderous remark, or who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the Commission, I may request them to leave. When it's your turn to address the Commission, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I will also note that we have a continuation of a public hearing this evening. If you have comments related to the sign code update and the public hearing, please retain those comments for that portion of the meeting. Andrea, do we have anybody this evening to speak to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair. There is no one who signed up to speak for public appearances.
Thank you very much. Given that there are no appearances, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the continuation of the public hearing from June the 16th on the proposed sign code update, which is ZTR 19-003. And so with that, I will go ahead and reopen the public hearing related to the sign code update. Andrea, do we have any persons wishing to provide testimony to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair. No one signed up to speak for the public hearing either.
Great. Hearing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:07 p.m. today, July the 28th. We will now move on to regular business. And the first item of regular business, which is item number 2 on the agenda, will be the review and consideration of the minutes from June the 16th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Goodman, and who was the second? I'm sorry.
Victor, I believe.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. Are there any changes, corrections, updates, or discussion related to the minutes? Okay, hearing one, if I could ask our senior admin, Andrea, to please make a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Weinberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman,
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman,
Aye.
Commissioner Rashis,
Aye.
and Chair Hubble.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. With that small bit of business out of the way, we will move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is ZTR 19-003, related to the sign code update. Our intent this evening will be to first have a brief presentation from our Deputy Director of CPD, Allison Van Gorp, walk us through some of the changes and updates from our last conversation in June, at which point we will take a motion to approve the updated code as a whole. And then what we will do is entertain discussion and motions for any amendments that we wish to proceed with that, with the hope that we, at the end of the evening, have an approved set of code updates to send forward to the council. So with that, Allison, would you like to start?
Thanks. Just give me a sec. I'm going to share my screen. I've got a little PowerPoint to go through. I'm going to try to just sort of walk us through the remaining changes and questions that I have for you. And then we can get into the discussion or motions after that. All right, let's get this started. So as you were saying, we're right here at the end of the process. We are on our third conversation on this topic, and the plan tonight is to get a recommendation to go to the City Council. We've got our same 3 sections that we've been looking at, and I'm just going to walk through. This is very similar to what was in my staff memo, and I'll just kind of walk through the overview of all the changes. So these ones are comprehensive and kind of cut across the whole thing. So the first one is I added or expanded the exemption for all government signs that pertain to health, safety, and welfare. And so that's, before we had an exemption for signs that were required by government regulations. This would also exempt signs that government agencies, whether it's the city or state agencies or otherwise, put up for health, safety, and welfare. They're also exempted. This will come into play later when we talk about portable signs or vehicle signs. Like this would exempt reader boards, for example, those electronic signs that are put up for emergencies or traffic reconfigurations or things like that. Also added a definition of public art. And the reason for this is I was talking with Sarah Bluvis, our economic development manager, and we were initially talking about the banners that are on signposts in town center. And she informed me that those are an art installation, they're not a sign. And she also mentioned that she'd had a few questions from businesses lately about murals and whether murals would be regulated as a sign or whether they're art. And so we wanted to make it clear in the definitions what is public art and what is a sign, so that we're not regulating things that are art. And so this definition just clarifies that things like murals, sculptures, paintings, etc., are public art and they're not regulated as a sign. Oh, and another thing I wanted to mention on that is if sometimes there's murals that are a combination of a sign and art, like they may have a large, artistic painting with a logo in one corner that pertains to the business that's located nearby. In that case, the procedure that staff would use administratively, the portion of the mural that's a sign, the logo part or the text or something like that, would be regulated as a sign. It would be subject to the size restrictions for wall signs. But the remainder, the artistic portion, of the mural would be considered public art and would not be regulated in the same way. Okay, so the temporary signs section, and I'll just mention, like Tiffin did this afternoon, I think I went out and walked around a few areas of the island looking at various signs in the wild a few weeks ago. And so I've got a few pictures in here from that that I'm just going to use to illustrate some of the things I'm talking through. So one of the things I did previously within the temporary sign code, there was like a subsection that referred to signs in the right of way, and it defined the types of signs that were allowed in the right of way, specifically signs that are staked into the ground and H-wire signs and A-frames. I thought it made sense to pull that up and just define which types of signs are allowed, you know, as what's defined as a temporary sign for anywhere, not just in the right of way. And so I added to the A-frames and staked into the ground signs, I added banners and pennants and said, these are what temporary signs are, and they're allowed in all zones. We added this clarification that signs are prohibited in parks except as permitted under the Parks Code. As I was out walking around, I noticed this Juneteenth installation at Mercerdale Park as an example. I know there's often banners and signs in this area of Mercerdale. There probably are in other parks as well. And those are generally permitted through a process that the parks director undertakes. This one had a special event permit because it is sort of a larger display with, you know, a philosophical message that was done associated as part of a larger event in the community. So that's the way that those park signs and banners are regulated. And we just want to make it clear that outside of that specific process that the Parks Department undertakes, other signs aren't allowed in parks. There's a typo here, sorry. We added some additional provisions on placement of signs. I'll talk about that more in a little bit. And I know that there's probably some questions and comments and potential revisions there that we may need to talk about also. We specifically said that the city can remove signs that are in violation of these kinds of requirements. And we put in an allowance for temporary non-commercial banners and pennants in the right of way of town center. So this would allow these same sorts of banners, philosophical or other non-commercial kind of message to go in other areas of the right of way in town center with a permit, so with approval from the director. The final thing, I caught was that for temporary commercial signs, they were allowed in the town center, the B zone, and the PBZ zone, but not this commercial office zone, which struck me as very odd because the commercial office zone and the business zone are very, very similar in terms of the allowed uses. They're also quite similar to town center and PBZ. There's a few differences there, but all of these are commercial business zones. And so it struck me as odd that the commercial office zone was left off the list as a place that temporary commercial signs would be allowed. The majority of this zone is located close to City Hall. There's a couple of office buildings adjacent to City Hall that are in this zone. I think there might be a couple of other small areas of it adjacent to town center as well. So it's not a very large area that would be affected, but it just seemed logical to me to add this in. So I'm recommending that. Okay, so a little bit more on the placement of temporary signs. We can look at the code later if folks have specific things they would like to discuss in terms of the distances or whatnot. But in general, we added provisions that say signs may not obstruct sidewalks, sightlines, bicycle facilities, and bus stops. And we added setback distances from driveways, roads, and sidewalks. And then prohibited signs in places like medians and roundabouts and traffic circles. I know there's currently a lot of temporary signs in places like that. I just happened to snap this photo in town center earlier in the summer showing a whole bunch of signs in this median. So that's something to think about. Is that something we want to try to change? Okay, so town center. Here, there was this proportionate requirement. I know we talked about this a little last time, and there was both some wording in the sort of objective section for this part of the code and a specific provision in a couple of places that said wall signs must be proportionate to the frontage of the business. And I know the comment came up last time from one of the commissioners that was a little vague and hard. What does proportionate mean? It's not very specific. And looking at that again, Daniel recommended that we remove the proportionate provision, the specific provision from the code section, and just leave the language up above that was included in the objectives that talked about signs should be proportionate.
Allison, I think we have a question from Victor.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. These two signs that you have pictured here, are these are these compliant with the code or not?
I wanted to talk about these related to the window sign provision here. That's in my third bullet. So these are existing window signs out in town center. I think they're actually both in the Mercer. They were pretty close to each other. So this top one you can see has the majority of, I mean, this is just showing one of the banks of windows. There were more, but they all had a very similar placement of window signs. And, nearly the entire window is obscured. I don't know if that's 80% or something like that. So I don't think that would comply with this 25% limit in the way that we were talking about it at the last meeting. Conversely, this one down below at Qdoba, they had one of their window panels completely covered, but the others were primarily open. And so I think that definitely meets the 25% rule. And in the way we had talked about it, where it applied to the frontage of the business, they could have one window completely covered, but the rest open. Whereas we had talked about a different alternative where perhaps it would apply per window and each window would have to be a maximum of 25% covered. So I think this Qdoba example illustrates what we were talking about back in June in terms of having the 25% limit apply to the business frontage. Does that make sense?
Carolyn, did you have a question?
Yeah, the previous page, Allison, slide. Okay, so are you saying that our previous draft allowed signs in medians, roundabouts, and traffic circles, and then the draft now does not allow?
Yeah, previously we just talked about not obstructing sight lines, I believe, and Daniel added in some additional provisions based on the direction we got last time, and that we wanted to be a little more specific about what that meant and where they are allowed and not. So the proposed language now prohibits temporary signs in medians, roundabouts, and traffic circles.
And I regret that I'm still confused about this particular aspect, but what about all the political signs? They're still allowed in those places?
Political signs are a type of temporary sign, so they would fall into this same category and they would be regulated in the same way.
Okay, so they would not be allowed as they currently are being placed now. Okay, thank you.
All right, so jumping back to this town center slide, I skipped over my second bullet, which says that we've added in an allowance for secondary wall signs with a 5 square foot size limit. So this one was the one we talked about related to ATMs and situations where you've got like a Starbucks inside of QFC. So you might have sort of a secondary use inside of a business. And this would allow them to have one smaller wall sign to advertise that secondary use. And so the question I wanted to ask you all was if the 5 square foot limit seemed adequate. It's fairly small, and I don't know if that's appropriate or not, and wanted to get your feedback.
Sorry, that was my first reaction. It seemed very small.
Yeah, I think my intention with suggesting that was that, it is for a secondary use. These types of signs that are out there right now are pretty small. Most of them are window signs currently. Like you might see the one I saw at QFC was a Starbucks round sign in a window that was maybe 12 or 18 inches in diameter. And likewise with ATM signs, like a lot of the drugstores and grocery stores have a small window sign that says ATM. So I don't think the ones that are there now are very large, but I have seen in other cities bigger ones where right up on the wall next to the QFC, there's a pretty big Starbucks sign that might exceed this 5 square foot limit. I'm not sure. So we can come back to that discussion. I did talk about the window signs. I've got a further revision to the lighted sign provisions. I'll talk about that more in a minute. I've got a separate slide for it. And then the final bullet here is about the design commission discretion. So in this town center sign section, there's this provision at the end that basically says the design commission can waive any of these requirements if they think it advances the artistic and creative and architectural design of the building or something along those lines. It's pretty broad discretion with, you know, no objective criteria, just very squishy criteria. So we would recommend either removing that design commission discretion or adding some specific criteria upon which they should make the decision. Excuse me. Okay, so on the lighted signs, I'm just throwing the text right up here because I thought that would be the easiest way. We talked a lot last time about whether we should have some sort of a brightness standard. And I proceeded to do a bunch of research on that. Some cities do have standards, and they're expressed in either nits or candle feet, which is a measurement of either illuminance, or I forget what the other word is, but basically you measure how bright the sign is at the sign, you know, the light shining out of it, or you measure from the property line or some distance away from the sign and how bright it looks from there. It's a very technical world once you start getting into nits and candle feet, and I was quickly overwhelmed with the information. And in talking with our land use permit review team, we just didn't feel like this was something that we could effectively regulate. I mean, yes, we could ask the permit applicants and the sign companies to tell us, does it meet this standard or not? And they probably could do that. But in terms of us being able to verify if that was correct or enforcing this in the field later on, we do not feel like we have the tools or expertise to be able to do that. And so we decided that the staff preference would be to go in a little different direction. And rather than having some kind of a numeric standard, we would like to have a more objective standard in terms of how the sign is designed and laid out to try to avoid glare or reflection of light. I mean, the other comment I have on this is I don't think, at least I haven't heard that this is currently a problem that needs to be solved. I haven't heard that people are concerned that there's signs out there that are too bright right now. I think we initially started talking about this because we wanted to address the night sky, dark skies initiative, and, you know, trying to reduce the amount of light being blasted up into the sky at night. And so we were talking about how to direct light downward, how to reduce brightness because of that. So I think these objective standards get to that. They talk about the design and location, avoiding glare and reflection of light, externally lit signs, which are the ones that have those usually ground-based lights shining onto them. Should be arranged so the light source is steady, stationary, fully shielded from view, and directed solely onto the sign without causing glare or directing light up into the sky. So the light should shine only onto the sign and not be directed up and beyond or otherwise around the sign. So that's the recommendation I came up with after spending quite a few hours digging into this and researching it. But definitely happy to talk about it more if folks have other thoughts and ideas on it. I'm going to continue on, and then, oh, I see a question. So after that, we can continue on and then come back to discuss this in more detail once I get through the overview. Okay.
Was that your hand from before, Carolyn?
Yeah, I forgot to shut it off.
Okay.
No worries.
I'll continue. Okay, so this is the last slide, I think. Signs outside of town center. So there's a similar lighting standard to what I just talked about here that is just copied across. And then I know at the end of the discussion last time, we talked a little bit about the provisions for portable signs and vehicles near the end of this section, and just clarified the language there a little bit to say that portable signs are not allowed except as allowed in this provision. So things like temporary signs like A-frames, they're allowed, but other portable signs, whether they're on a vehicle or otherwise, some kind of larger portable sign or other type of sign, not allowed. Things that are, a vehicle or a trailer that are being parked for a long period of time so that it essentially becomes a sign are also not allowed. And again, like I mentioned at the beginning, government signs are exempt from this. So things like reader boards or other trailered signs that the government entity were to put out for health and safety reasons would not be prohibited.
Victor?
What about a vehicle wrap? Is that part of the vehicle provision or not?
I think it could be if they were parking the vehicle, like say the Tully's lot. Someone has a vehicle wrap and they just park the car there and they leave it there long term. They're not just leaving it there for a few hours while they shop in town center. It's there night and day for weeks. In that case, it would become a sign. It would become one of these vehicle things that's prohibited.
So the criteria is whether the vehicle is moving or not.
Yeah, I can pull up the language, but it says something like,
if we're going to do it later, that's fine. I wanted to make sure that we had considered vehicle wraps. And so specifically, I know that Island Treats has wrapped their vehicles. I know that Homegrown has wrapped vehicles, and I want to make sure that they're able to continue to do that.
Yeah, let's look at it in detail once I've got the code up. I mean, it's definitely not my intent to prohibit that. I'm sure there's dozens or hundreds of businesses that are either located on the island or come to the island that have large logos or vehicle wraps. And, as long as the primary use of the vehicle is for transportation, that's totally fine. It's just the situation where they might leave it parked in one location long term, and it's essentially becoming a billboard that we're trying to prevent.
Thank you.
Okay, so I had outlined these questions in the memo. I just want to hop through them really quick. I think I mentioned most of them already, but these kind of rose to the top for me as the larger policy questions that I thought we needed to settle tonight. There may be other more detailed or quantitative issues that you all want to go through as well, but I'll just kind of put these in our heads before we start into that discussion to hopefully help us remember to cover these. So I want to confirm that addition of the commercial office to the zones where temporary commercial signs are allowed is okay. Confirm that removal of the proportionate requirement for town center freestanding and wall signs. Confirm the addition of the secondary wall sign and the 5 square foot size limit. We should consider and perhaps discuss more the design commission discretion provision and whether we want to keep that and add some criteria or remove it. And finally, does the lighted sign standard provide the appropriate balance of objective standards without being too complicated or technical? Okay, oops, I didn't mean to click that. I'm gonna switch over to the code amendment and bring this back up to the top. Sorry for scrolling, making you dizzy. I think, we can, Chair Hubble, you can direct the conversation, but, we can work through this draft from the top. That might be the easiest, and just see if people have comments or questions they want to go through. If you want to do that more formally through a motion process, that would be fine too.
Yeah, let me ask the question because I know there's a couple of folks that I'm trying to also learn the working styles of a few new members. I know Carolyn, you like to have you probably have a prepared list of things to go through, and I know Commissioner Goodman had submitted a couple of questions prior to this. What would be more useful based on what you have prepared? Would it be better to just walk through a list of things that you have, or to move through sort of each section of this?
Well, I think it would be easiest to just move through the ordinance, and other people will have some things to bring up. I will have some things to bring up, and I think that would probably be the easiest.
Okay. Victor, did you have a question before we?
I've got a super easy one. Can you just increase can you zoom in on this doc?
Absolutely.
Otherwise you're gonna see my head do this.
Is that adequate
That's
there?
great. That's
Okay.
That's fantastic.
Good.
Carolyn?
Yeah, and I was gonna say the same thing, but are you able to shut off all the colors?
I
Just
can,
asking.
I think, but then it might not be as obvious what is the change and what's not. It's going to go to all black. So if we're okay with all black, I can do that. Otherwise, we get the weird rainbow colors.
Black is great so long as you have the underlines and additions, which doesn't look like you do.
Yeah, you don't. It's kind of one or the other.
What happened to your add, subtract, or add and delete?
Well, I can either have
Allison, what if you
There.
just did select all and change the text itself to black?
I don't know if that works.
Yeah, click all markup. If you go to the reviewing, click on the little button that says reviewing pane, Allison, underneath that menu you were just at, under all markup. So if you, I thought you could change each of the people. So in that pane on the left where it says revisions, there's a little caret pointing down. Sorry, not that one, but the one next to it.
One?
Yeah. No.
Nope.
I thought there was a way to change the colors, but
You're a Microsoft expert, so if you figure that out, definitely let me know. I would love to know that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Carolyn, those just represent each of the different people.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure it can change. So, Allison, let me ask you this before I go on. So I want to say, like, we'll get a motion on the table, and then we'll move sort of page by page through this and ask if there's any questions. Would it be easier for you to address the 5 questions that you had first? Like, should we go through those and sort of make decisions, or are you okay with doing them in line if you know where they're at? Or
I think I have them sort of highlighted in here with some yellow. So I think if we do kind of just scroll through, I should see them. And then we might want to just do a check back at the end and make sure we can go back to that slide and make sure we covered them all.
okay, I just want to make sure that we cover them. I mean, I want to make sure that they're 5 pretty big things. So, so if everybody is okay with this approach, I want to be accommodating for the folks that have prepared for this, that we will go through the document. I believe it's 14, 15 pages maybe, with the track changes on. And what we'll do is we'll get a motion on the table, and in order to be as sort of efficient with the time as possible, we'll do one round of sort of questions and or comments from everyone. And then if there's a change that's that should be considered, then we'll I'll ask for a motion to be put on the table for a change, and then we can further the discussion from there. So I have 2 comments. Tiffin, if you don't mind, can I go to Daniel first, and then go ahead, Daniel.
I just thought I'd put out there, I think I found how to make all the revisions black. If we're still interested in that, I could give just 2 quick Okay, so right where it says track changes, all markup, show markup, down to the bottom right of that, there's a little arrow down. If you click that, and then you go to advanced options, and then comments by author, I think there's all black.
Wow.
There we go.
I didn't fix it though.
Did you highlight the document?
No, it should do it on its own.
Oh.
I had thought.
Mm.
It might be, oh, sorry, it's down further for track formatting. Oh, no, that's formatting. Yeah, it should be all of those.
I'm gonna make these all black.
Yeah, that's
I don't know what they're all.
because that's all text edits, and the formatting is below that, comments is below that. There we
There you
go.
go.
Okay, it worked.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am gonna use that many times in the future.
Put that on your resume next time you apply at Microsoft. Tiffany, you had a question first before we move on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I actually think it makes sense to take Allison's questions first before we get too tired. I don't know if anyone feels that. I don't feel strongly, but that would be my inclination.
Carolyn?
I would prefer to go through the document and let those topics come to the fore as we get to that context. I find it a lot more useful and time savings, I think, to talk about everything as the document sort of presents itself and reveals. It's a little bit easier to follow.
Okay, just forget I said it then.
Okay, so if I could, so as a sort of as a matter of process, let's start by we'll get a motion on the table to approve the sign code amendment as presented, and then we will go through the process of sort of going section by section. I'll call for either comments or any motions to amend the document. So if I could start with a main motion, please.
So moved. And seconded.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the sign code amendment as presented by Commissioner Murphy, and I believe that was seconded by Vice Chair Weinberg. So with that, let's look at page number 1. Are there any amendments that would like to be proposed, or quick questions to be posed, or conversation to the group? Commissioner Boatsman.
Yeah, I would like to propose amendment to line 3, item 3, A3, I should say. I propose that we remove the words or pedestrian from number 3, because number 4 already covers everything regarding pedestrians. So that would remove some repetition, redundancy.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Boatsman, seconded by Commissioner Goodman to remove or pedestrian from line number 3, as it does appear that we have added a section for pedestrian mobility in item number 4. Any additional comments or questions related to that? Allison, do you have any comments or concerns about that from staff?
Nope, I agree. It looks like it's fairly duplicative with number 4.
Okay. With that, Andrea, are you okay with a voice call, or do you want to do a roll call?
You can do voice call with thumbs up, so we get the thumbs up on the video.
Great, that sounds good. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment as presented, please say aye and thumbs up.
I,
Any opposed, please say no with a thumbs down. And the amendment passes 7-0. Let me go to Carolyn. Did you have any others, or should I move on to? There were a few others.
I'm sort of debating whether to just leave my hand up because I have, 4 additional questions on page 1 or one more amendment. So I don't know. What would you prefer? Just wave my hand when I actually have something?
Yeah, how about this? Let me go through the other folks and then we'll come back because it sounds like you may have sort of a list of some additional ones. And so we'll tick these other ones off and then we'll come back if that's okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Goodman, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, so this was actually the paragraph, one of the main ones I was looking at, where I had some confusion over why the A-frames cannot exceed 6 square feet, when I think a standard A-frame is closer to 7 square feet. Plus, in a different section, it says they can be up to 24 square feet.
Yes.
So I was looking for information on that.
This is a holdover from, whenever this code was drafted in the past. I don't know why it was initially 6 feet for, I guess this would be A-frames outside of the town center or other business office areas. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. I agree it's quite small. It is a larger limit for the other commercial type of A-frame signs.
So, I mean, I could make an emotion to adjust it. I don't know. I guess my 2 ideas would be that I don't know why we have to say both sides of the A-frame. Well, both sides could be counted if the area was much wider. I mean, I don't really care how it's handled, but I mean, I think you get my point. Plus, but also in the other section it was like 24 feet. I have to figure out what page that was, but do you know what I'm talking about? In the commercial section, I think it said 24 feet, which actually is quite large.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, do you or maybe Daniel have a proposed revision?
I guess I would propose, maybe you want to make them an equivalent size if that makes sense to the commission, and either increase this to the 24 feet or make them both a teeny bit smaller. I don't know.
Let me look. I think I looked online and it was like a standard one. It was about 2.25 by 3 feet. And that would be not including the little edging area around it necessarily. So if you thought of it as like maybe a 3 by 3, that would be 9 feet. 2 sides would be 18 square feet. So I could throw 18 square feet out as something that seems reasonable, unless someone else has a different idea of how to approach this.
I saw Commissioner Boatsman raise her hand in response to that.
Could you really slowly say again, you're proposing the size of an A-frame or sign be that instead of the way this says that both sides are calculated in the sign vary, you're suggesting to have the allowable area on both sides of the sign. Is that correct?
So I would propose to take out the text that says the A-frame sign shall be, both sides shall be counted. Oh no, I would leave that. I would just change it to 18 instead of 6 for A-frame specifically.
So so each side could be 3 foot by 3 foot. I mean, am I getting that right? Yeah.
Yeah, 3 foot by 3 foot. And right now the standard is, we'll say 2.25 by 3. That's like just if you buy anyone online, and then there's a little area around it. So it's a little bit more than that. But I think 9 square feet.
I just had no idea that A-frame signs were that big. It seems rather large to me.
I don't know if someone else has different information. I just did a quick online search to find that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
While we're on the subject of A-frame signs, I'll say I also saw one in town center today that was like basically on a base, but had a little bit of flexibility to it, but it was the exact same size as an A-frame and functioned just like an A-frame, but it was, you know, the engineering part of it was a little bit different. So I don't know how those would end up being regulated. But anyway, I don't want to spend forever on this. So I'll just propose for A-frames 18 square feet unless someone has a different idea.
Can I ask a question, Carolyn, quick, or sorry, Tiffin, clarification from the staff. I interpret this as any small sign less than 6 square feet is allowed, but you can go up to 16 square feet, but you have to get a permit. And my question here was, do we actually have a process for this? Like, how do the permits for these signs work, and what's the, like, have we ever enforced this? And if we don't, then we should just strike it.
Yeah, I don't think we regularly use this provision to require permits for temporary signs. I mean, most temporary signs are the very small H-frame ones. And so clearly those fit the 6 square feet rule. Nothing needs to happen. You know, I think if someone came and asked the question and said, I want to put up a temporary sign that's, you know, 16 square feet, what do I need to do? Maybe we'd say, oh, you actually do need a permit. Here's the process. But no one asks that. So, you know, I don't think we are typically going through any kind of a process. If people are putting up temporary signs, they're just going out and doing it. Whether it's the H-frame signs or sort of the larger staked signs or A-frames for, you know, you see them all over right now for soccer camps and preschools and things like that. So, you know, those generally are not permitted in any way right now.
Okay, I see hands up. Victor, is your hand up related to this or another for other general comments?
It is. I'm just going to point out that the language is a little bit confusing because it says that signs, temporary signs up to 6 feet are allowed. Up to 16 feet require a permit, but the way it's worded there, it would imply that all signs under 16 feet require a permit. And really, I think the intent here is signs between 6 and 16 feet require the permit. Is that not correct?
That's how I would read it. Yeah.
But I don't think that's what the language says. The language reads signs up to 16 square feet in area.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a nuance of how code language is typically structured. I do agree. I would say that this phraseology is, in my experience, common in sort of tiering, but I do agree that it's not clear. I would go back then to the question of why are we even having a provision here around permitting if we don't even have a process for it to begin with? So,
and I think that's very valid as well.
Commissioner Murphy, I saw your hand come up, and then Commissioner Friedman, I know, had his hand up as well.
Yeah, I think that we need to kind of integrate these ideas. Number one, based on Tiffin's research and my visual observation, we should change that 6 to maybe 9. And then we should have the final sentence be, and what we do about the 16 feet issue, I tend to agree with you, that's kind of a waste. But, and then for two-sided signs, just say the maximum area is 18 feet and not get into A-frames versus anything else, because there are those double-sided signs with a different type of base that was commented on. And that would simplify this, and then we can drop out this signs up to 16 square feet.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. My worry about using 16 square feet is if you do a single-sided sign, you could have a 10 by 6 sign. So I think saying something like up to 9 square feet per side, you know, with 2 sides being allowed. Commissioner Friedman, I know you had your hand up, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Goodman.
Well, I have a couple of comments here. First of all, should we clarify this first section that it's not just temporary signs, but it's specifically non-commercial temporary signs to draw a clear distinction between the two sections?
Allison, what's the section that this is in? Does that?
We're just in the general provisions for temporary signs, and then not the commercial temporary signs come in down here. Talks about non-commercial signs, and then
It's a subsection.
commercial signs. Yeah. It
And
talks
I
more
think
about where they're allowed.
And I think that's part of the confusion, right? Because as Carolyn pointed out, this was one of my notes, one of the first things I noticed, and I think we talked about it last month, which is, the two parts about A-frame signs are in conflict. They contradict each other in terms of the size. And then you have to flip back and forth between the two sections and finally glean, oh, this is talking about commercial temporary signs versus non-commercial, I guess. So it is very confusing. So maybe we need a section that is wholly for non-commercial temporary signs. If we're going to treat them differently as a completely distinct category from commercial. And then specifically about A-frames, I just think in general, if one side of an A-frame should comply with the square footage requirements of any other temporary site. Whether it's an H-frame, a wire H-frame or whatever, the square footage, from ground to top should basically be the same.
Okay, I've lost track of who was next. I think it was Carolyn, and then Tiffin, and then Carolyn.
I like what Mike said. I thought that was simple. I think that would be fine. In terms of what Jordan said, I would agree this is just incredibly confusing in general, but I've been trying to ignore that. What else can I say? The last thing I guess I'd say this, I think about a lot, is all the camps advertise with these kinds of signs, and I don't know where they fit in. They strike me as a commercial entity, and then I'm kind of wondering if we're prohibiting them from existing. I can't quite tell.
Okay.
I had that question too. I think when Tiffin brought it up in her email earlier today, whether nonprofits, whether they're daycares or camps or whatever, if it's a nonprofit, does that count as a commercial sign or not? Daniel, would you comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's a little bit of a tricky question. The way I've answered this in the past is nonprofits are treated differently than commercial entities in all sorts of areas of the law, whether that's taxes and things like that. They are treated differently. And so I think it would be reasonable and thoughtful to treat them as a non-commercial sign, not a commercial sign, because they are different than a commercial entity. And so they would go under the more limited in terms of text in the code section and the allowances there. So that's my answer to that. And then I just wanted to quickly chime in, since I'm unmuted, just on the further provided both sides of a two-sided sign. I just want to remind that wireframe, H-frame, stake signs, those all have two sides as well. So we'd have to clarify that if this remains that it's structurally two sides, that's why it's talking about the A-frame to split it. And so I think if that's the intention, you could just say that shall not exceed 6 square feet in area per sign side or per face. And then that would cover any two-sided sign. Because I just want to make sure that we don't get somebody that tries to manipulate it for a wireframe in some way. And then the only other thing that I wanted to point out in this section is that typically the square footage in area is referring to the sign area, not the physical sign itself. For example, an H frame will have, a foot or two of that H wire frame going down into the ground that wouldn't be counted in that measurement. Similar with an A-frame, you're going to have a portion at the bottom, typically nowhere near as much, but a few inches of separation from the ground in the middle with two little feet that come down on either side. And so typically that 6 square feet in area is for the sign face, not the structure. And so when we think about the standard A-frames that you may have looked up, that might be where some of that difference comes in. I would guess that most of them are kind of a 2x3.
Let's see. I think it was Carolyn and then Victor and then Tiffin.
Okay. So I'm all right with using the term temporary in this first line because this whole section is all about temporary signs. I think that's all right. And in particular, because as we go to page 2, there is a section when we get to B, there's a subsection about temporary non-commercial signs. So I think it's okay to, just use the word temporary right here. If the part about getting a permit were to be included, which it sounds like maybe that's not going to be needed, but if it were, I think the phrasing is pretty good because it just says, this is the size you're allowed. But if you want to go get a permit, you can go up to the next breakpoint. So I think that wording is good. I like what I'm hearing about establishing a particular size per side. You want to have 2 sides, that's fine. I don't know if 3x3 is appropriate or the 2.25 by 3, which is standard. But I think that covers what I was going to say. Thank you.
Victor?
I'll pile on to Tiffin and Jordan. I understand Daniel's point on differentiating between non-commercial and commercial signs in cases of content, but from a sign size, structure, and all that, it's unclear to me why we're differentiating between commercial and non-commercial signs. Shouldn't it just be consistent across the board? And is there any legal reason why they need to be different?
I assume that was directed my way. No, they typically are different for a few reasons. I think the primary reason is in most circumstances, you don't see non-commercial A-frames. When you think about it, you don't see political signs on A-frames, particularly of that size. And so the use cases are much different between commercial and non-commercial. If you wanted to, could you just simply say, here are 3 or 4 physical sign types, A-frame, stake signs, H-wire, wireframe, and here is the max size for any temporary sign whatsoever? Yeah, I think you could do that.
And that's what I would argue. And I would say from a non-commercial sign perspective, I see them all the time on the south end. Lacrosse game tonight, A-frame sign put at the intersection by Sunnybeam. Baseball game, homecoming tonight, all of those, a lot of school activities, a lot of sports activities, non-commercial, school related. I see them quite a bit on the island.
My only caution on that is that if it's explicitly allowed, you might see them a ton more. That's going to take a much bigger impact on the right of way because it could be all your political signs, your ideological signs, whatever that may be. People may utilize that opportunity more if it is explicitly allowed.
But isn't that what we're doing here, is allowing them?
Well, well, of the size, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so what you're arguing is because they're non-commercial, we're arguing for a different size, different dimensions, different structure than a commercial sign because we may see more of them than a commercial sign.
Well, for example, and I just scrolled off of it, but the larger A-frame sign allowance for temporary commercial is intended to be a more infrequent use scenario than these. And so I guess I was probably thinking more in my head of that differentiation, because you're right, the temporary signs allowed, temporary non-commercial allowed in all zones just kicks to this provision.
Yeah, looking at this, Victor, one of the things that I'm seeing here, right, is that I do see the spot where there's the discrepancy in the size in the commercial, the bottom of page 9, the A-frames for commercial, but it also has distance and time restrictions that are different than the others. So, maybe we can clarify when we get to that section, if we want it to be more in line, if we want the commercial signs to be more in line with the general provisions here, then we can look at removing some of those additional sections. But
well, we may just want to think about kind of what are the things that all signs should have in common, and then what are the differences, and as you pointed out, placement, and some of the other some of the other stuff that you brought up. If we all agree that there are certain common elements across all signs.
Yeah, and so item number 6 here in section A is supposed to be the common elements, and then the subsections below are the call outs to the deviation from this in the way that it's read, in the way that it's written below.
That wasn't my understanding, but that's a great clarification. If this is a common element here, then okay.
Yeah, it's like in temporary commercial signs, they're allowed subject to the conditions set below and subsection A of this section. So it references back to these are the basics, and then this is sort of the things that additionally, the rules of subsection A apply plus these additional conditions.
Yeah, you can throw me in Tiffin's category of completely confused, but
so just real quick, I'll just chime in. So section A is the general provisions. All temporary signs are subject to the following conditions. So it creates a framework of basic conditions for any temporary sign. And then that section 6 says except as specified elsewhere. So again, it's creating a baseline that then there can be a deviation from later. And then there is a specific deviation later. And this is, a pretty common thing in code to create that general section at the beginning to create that framework, and then later on to deviate as necessary.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so going back to you, Tiffin, I know that there was an amendment on the table here, and I forget who made it. I think it was you and Vice Chair Weinberg, or maybe there was not a specific amendment yet on the table. Do you want to propose? I haven't done an amendment yet. Okay. Do you want to propose something based on the conversation? Yes,
I'll give it a shot. I would propose that we change section 1906-020 A6 to indicate that temporary signs can be up to 9 square feet per side. And to eliminate the provision that signs up to 16 square feet may be allowed under a permit.
Do you mean to completely eliminate that section or just eliminate the permit requirement?
I think you would have to completely eliminate it because if you had 9 square feet per side, that's 18 square feet total. I don't know if there's some instance where you do have these extremely large temporary signs, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
The one I'm thinking of is banners. Currently, a lot of religious institutions use banners.
I'm thinking Youth Theater Northwest has something kind of
I
unusual.
do. And just driving around, I've seen different churches and synagogues that will have temporary banners, sometimes with a religious message, sometimes something saying, like I just saw one that said something like, it's summer and it's Zoom-tastic. Like it was talking about their Zoom, religious meetings.
Okay, so I see what you mean. Okay, so let's look back at this. Temporary signs shall not exceed 60 square inches above the ground and shall not exceed 9 square feet in area per sign face. Provided signs up to 16 square feet in area per sign face may be allowed subject to the issuance of a permit. I think that's fine. The only other thing is there was a mention of almost getting rid of the description of the temporary signs and just saying they're temporary. Mike, I think that was you. Do you want to chime in and think is there something that would be more beneficial, or do you think this looks okay as is?
You're muted.
I think what you're saying is pretty much what I was saying. I'm not sure what additional part you're talking about.
Okay, okay, fair enough. I think it was just that I had mentioned there was that like sign that's a little like an A-frame, but not really an A-frame. Or sorry, yeah, like an A-frame, but not really an A-frame, but it's probably close enough. All right, that was a long-winded motion, but how about I just say I move to change this section as edited.
A second.
I still
Any-
need some clarification on what we're doing with this section that I highlighted of signs up to 16 square feet in area may be allowed subject to the issuance of a permit.
I suppose we should keep it for those banner signs you were talking about.
Okay, and do we want to keep the issuance of the permit as well or strike that?
Can this just be, in other places, we have language like discretion of the CPD director or something like that, our code official, which is what you had in there before. What's the standard language that we use with that? I mean,
I think
my
it's
first question here is if we don't actually have a permit process, I'm not sure why we even say it.
Yeah, that was my question too. I think it's fine to leave it and, we're just letting things happen and not enforcing it.
I mean,
as long
having
as
it in
something's
there-
not really a problem, that's fine.
Having it in there certainly gives the city the tools or the council the tools to actually put a permit process in place
Correct.
should they choose.
Mhm.
I guess what I would say to this is like, we don't want a situation where someone puts a 16 square foot sign, like maybe right next to the right of way. And there's no kind of control.
Yeah, there's separate provisions about what's allowed in the right of way.
Okay, so this is not
Down
right of
below.
way. This
This
private.
would just be general, private property.
Yeah,
So if I can restate your motion that your amendment is to amend section A6 as presented, the second sentence reading, temporary signs shall not exceed 60 inches above the ground and shall not exceed 9 square feet in area per sign face, provided signs up to 16 square feet in area per sign face may be allowed subject to the issuance of a permit from the director, period.
correct.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Goodman, seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Any further conversation or deliberation on this, given the long talk we've already had? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and do a thumbs up, please.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm
Any opposed, please say nay and thumbs down. Okay, Andrea, the vote is 7-0 in favor of the amendment. Okay, Carolyn, did you have any others on this page that you wanted to bring up before? Or sorry, we actually went to, that was Commissioner Goodman who brought that up. Did you have any others, Commissioner Goodman, before we moved to, I think it was Victor who was next after that?
My next one can't be seen on the screen right now, so I'll hold it.
Okay. Victor, if I recall, you had something on this page at the beginning of this conversation, if my memory serves.
if I did, I don't remember it anymore. So my apologies.
Okay, I'll go to Commissioner Weinberg next, and then I'll go back to Carolyn because I know that she has some.
Yeah, so on what's currently A4 up above, it says the sign must not obstruct a pedestrian or accessible routes or to or along the public or private sidewalk or encroach into the minimum clear pathway area of 48 inches in width. So I'm trying to understand what clear pathway area means. Does that mean that where there is a sidewalk, you need to have 48 inches of clear pathway? Or does it say if there's no sidewalk, there's no concrete there, but there's a path, you've got to make sure that path has 48 inches?
Danielle, you drafted this section. What is your understanding there? Is that an ADA reference?
Yeah, I was just trying to pull that up right now. I believe it is. And if I can.
Anecdotally, in my experience, Ted, when this has come up around sidewalk widths, I believe that is, and Daniel will confirm, but part of the reason why we've moved to sidewalk standards that are 8 and 12 feet in width is because you have to have a 4-foot clear area that is free of like a swinging door and things like that. So as someone who worked in accessibility for years, I just happen to know that that's there are provisions there, but Daniel can confirm.
And that's correct. Yeah, I just was pulling up the ADA standards, and that phraseology comes from there.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that there wasn't a requirement that there be 4 feet between a sign and a bush. For example, if you're not in town center at all, but you're in some area where there's a grassy area that somebody could walk through, it could be a pathway. But I think what it's talking about here is sidewalks, right?
It's talking about access and turns and things like that. So if there's like a turn on the pathway, there has to be enough room for example, a wheelchair to make that turn or access a doorway or what have you.
Okay, so in a residential area where the right of way might have grass in it, this would apply, you're saying, even though it's probably not all that wheelchair accessible, the grass itself?
Well, it would have to be a component of that accessible path.
Like if it's a path to a residence or to a store, you'd have to have an accessible pathway to access it.
Or to a governmental facility, a mailbox, a utility box, the things that you need to provide that access to. It wouldn't just be any place a wheelchair can go, of course, that would be too excessive.
Okay, that I don't have an amendment then. I just want a clarification on that. Thanks.
All right.
There
Thank
was
you,
one other
Ted.
thing that I had on this page, which had to do with if you're not allowed to put a sign in a park, usually the park will have a street next to it, and the edge of the concrete of the or asphalt of the street, there will be a portion of right of way before you get into the area that's called the park. And I presume that right of way is still okay for signs to be put up in.
Yes.
Once you're across that line into the park, then the rules essentially are governed by the parks code, right?
That's correct. Yep. So if they're in the strip of right of way, it's fine to put up those temporary signs, including political signs. But once you get into the main parks property, then you would need to go through the application process with the Parks Department.
Okay. I noticed in A9, which is on this page at the bottom of the screen currently, it talks about private medians. And I was wondering if there's a clear way to delineate between what is a private median and what is not a private median.
That would be like if it's a median in a parking lot and private property or something along those lines, private property versus the right of way or a median in a street.
Okay, so if it were a median that is dividing, like, I'm thinking of the one that divides the entrance into the lakes community. So that would, it's part of a street, is dividing the street in half. So I presume that wouldn't be private, even though it's in a residential community, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a public street or a private street offhand. We have a mix in Mercer Island. There are quite a few private streets, but either way, this provision would apply.
So if a median is in a private street, then it's a private median. And if a median is in the middle of a public street, then it's a public median. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, Commissioner Goodman, and then I'll go back to Carolyn.
So my next set of questions was regarding the actually new standards for minimum setbacks of the signs. They, I guess I'd like a little more clarification on how they were arrived at. 10 feet from a driveway, alley, or vehicular access point seems a little bit far, because I don't know how far apart all the driveways and alleys are, but that seems a bit far. I would think maybe more like 5 feet would make sense. And then, so that was one kind of question I had. And then the other one is, I don't understand this 2 feet from the curb and 2 feet from the sidewalk. There'll be absolutely nowhere to put the sign.
Yeah, I was doing the math in my head and trying to figure, well, if an H sign is usually 1.5 feet wide, then you're gonna have to have at least 5.5 feet between the curb and the asphalt of the sidewalk, or no signs can go there at all. At least if they're going the long way.
Yep.
So
There's a method to this madness.
So I mean, I guess I'd like to understand what the logic was behind doing this, to make sure we want a provision like this, and then just find out if these numbers mean what I think they mean and if they need revision.
So I think I'll jump in, Allison, if that's okay. I actually can't see my screen, so there you are. So these are numbers that I've seen in other codes. So I think this is not something you have to do, but it are numbers that have been used elsewhere. In terms of the 10 feet from the driveway, alley, or vehicular access point, that is to mirror something that is similar to sight distance triangles at intersections. The point is to protect cars coming and going, and pedestrians in particular. If you think about the A-frame or the size that we just talked about, now, of course, I'm blanking in my mind whether we went to 9. I think we went to 9. That could be quite a large sign, right? Because that could be close to 5 feet in height, because 60 inches. And so you need to make sure that you're protecting the pedestrian safety. And so that's the goal there. I think if you go to 5, you're going to have a chute that cars are coming out of. And 5 feet on either side is actually quite narrow. When you think about putting something from that corner, because it typically is rounded, that's at least a couple feet of rounding. It's only then a couple feet from there. I think I would defer myself to Public Works to say, are there other distances that they find safe? I mean, typically you're not going to see any landscaping of substantial size allowed in those corridors anyway. You're never going to have trees or large shrubs, bushes put directly kind of closing off any sort of substantial driveway. So I'll just kind of leave that there. I agree on the 2 feet and the 2 feet, but the point is to maintain both of those usability things. The sign kind of comes secondary to use of the right of way for pedestrian and cars. It's definitely still allowed, so I'm not a secondary as in it goes away, but it might be that it is sideways, right? It's going the other direction. The last thing that you want to do is be able to place an A-frame, which has a structural component to it, and not be able to open your doors or not be able to get down the sidewalk and use the full extent of the sidewalk. But I acknowledge that if it were 4 feet, you would basically be going perpendicular to the sidewalk or parallel to the sidewalk sign that way.
Right. I mean, so all that makes sense to me. I guess part of the issue is the way it's kind of been constructed, that all these signs up to X size are allowed. It basically creates a situation where, say, the lower signs are put in that category, and then you have to start worrying about the sight distance, if that makes sense, right? You probably don't have to worry about sight distance if the sign is like 2 feet off the ground, in the same way you do if it's like up to 5 feet off the ground. But then I guess, I'm just looking for a workable solution, because like we don't have even 4 feet on a lot of our landscape strips. Like the ones up and down Island Crest Way where most of the signs are, I think they're really closer to 2 feet in width.
Tiffin, one of the things that I'm getting from the description, if you don't mind, that I heard from
Sure.
Daniel, is where this seems to be the most relevant is probably in the town center versus some of the neighborhood streets, or maybe even the arterials like Island Crest. Like 10 feet from an intersection or a driveway when you're moving at 35, 40 miles an hour like you do on Island Crest is probably appropriate, just because of the speed at which you're traveling. But on your residential street, if you had a little sign saying, "Congratulations, my kid just graduated high school," next to your driveway, it's probably not going to impact the sight distance, right? So I'm wondering if it's, rather than being in the general provisions, this is in an area that's just more restrictive to certain zones that would have more of an impact due to the high pedestrian volume and things like that.
Well, so that's a really good point. I guess part of what I'm wondering is we already have provisions saying it can't obstruct, vehicle movement and safety. I think there might be something about sightlines somewhere else. I mean, I'm just trying to think of something that's a little bit of a practical solution, I guess I'd say. Because I mean, yeah, I like drove all up and down Island Crest. I mean, really everywhere, Island Crest Way, all the East and West Mercers. Like, this would essentially eliminate the ability to have signs any of those places. So I'm wondering if we need to have something instead of like a specific metric to be more like conditioned on, it doesn't obstruct sight lines, doesn't, like impede the pedestrian traffic, something like that. I mean, you see what I'm talking about, right? Like,
it seems like the objective with sightlines is safety, to make sure that cars can see other cars coming, cars can see pedestrians, pedestrians can see cars, people can see bikes, all those vectors. And that in a long straightaway along Island Crest, where there are no cross streets and no driveways coming out, it doesn't make sense to say that the signs have to be, several feet up the hill, because there's no sight lines to protect there. So I think if we can focus on the outcomes that we're trying to accomplish, like the safety concerns, rather than saying that it's got to be 2 feet everywhere, that might be a little more workable as far as behavior adjustment is considered out there. Because I mean, as it is, we have to go through a very large organizational change management here of saying to everyone, okay, all your signs have to go. You have to find new places for them, because there's hundreds of them out there.
Tiffin, what if I offered a change here that might rectify this, which is we add a sentence sort of to the beginning of this that says minimum setback requirements for private facilities exceeding 24 inches in height. for signs exceeding 24 inches in height, right? So that sort of gets to your point of like some of these low signs aren't the ones that are causing this problem. But if you were to do something, to Daniel's point, that's 60 inches tall, that's 5 feet, like that has a very different impact, and you probably would want to have these sorts of restrictions on those. Does that alleviate sort of what's in your mind, the difference between some of those smaller, low profile signs and maybe something that could potentially be larger?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they could go back to Public Works and check. I'm not sure those, I don't know, they call them the H signs, how tall they are, but it's probably 24, between 24 and 30 inches would be my guess. I think so. Obviously, I don't want to cause a safety issue at all. I'm literally looking at these criteria and I'm like, there's going to be no place to put them.
But
Alice,
again,
if
30
you could- if-
inches, I mean, 30 inches is pretty tall. If you think about the size of the smaller signs that are events put out and the political signs, those standard type of staked signs, I think they're clearly under 24 inches.
Are they? Okay, so maybe we could propose this change, and then Allison, do you think you could just check with Public Works to see if this would eliminate their concerns? And then it would also have kind of the effect of reducing the A-frame signs in a lot of locations. So you'd really just get
yeah.
those signs.
I'm happy to check in with the city engineer and see if he thinks this works. You know, we don't actively enforce most of our temporary sign regulations. And so it only comes up when there are things blocking sight lines and it's a safety hazard. So, you know, I think what this does is give us some rules. So if there are problem signs out there that are causing a dangerous situation, then we can go out and remove it.
Sorry, Victor had his hand up. I think he has a question or a comment, and then.
Well, the comment, it's a comment both in response to what Tiffin said and is also what Allison just said. You know, I remain concerned that this is super restrictive in terms of where you can put a sign. You know, the 2 feet from a curb, 2 feet from a pedestrian walkway, that eliminates a lot of signs in the town center. Same thing with the driveway, anywhere where there's a cutout in the town center. I would, and given what Allison just said in terms of the lack of enforcement on this, I would prefer to see this along the lines of what Ted said, which is let's focus on the issue, the problem that we're trying to solve here, which is safety, which is, you know, let's just specify that it shouldn't obstruct sight lines. It shouldn't cause a safety issue, rather than getting prescriptive and really, it doesn't feel like this is a one size fits all around the island.
I was just going to remind us that we already have these 2 provisions up here about not obstructing traffic and not obstructing pedestrian routes. I'm not sure that we have something here right now about sight lines, so that might be an important piece to cover.
What if you just added that up there and deleted this whole thing down at the bottom?
That would be a great amendment for someone to propose at this time.
I'll go ahead and propose the amendment if you could go up.
Sorry, Tiffin, one quick second before you do that. Daniel raised his hand. I just want to make sure we have the legal interpretation here.
Well, I'll just very quickly chime in. Thank you. I just pulled up the WSDOT standards for sight distance triangle and how they calculate it. I'm by no means a traffic expert, but I have seen this before. Before I mention what they've got listed here, I totally appreciate the momentum that's going in this direction, but you got to think about how the sign user will know whether they're in compliance or not. And so having something that's quote unquote prescriptive tells them when they are in compliance and when they're not. The ideas that are being tossed around now are something that somebody later will need to make an assessment on and then make a decision on. And they wouldn't be something that the sign user would know when they put out whether or not it is impeding that, or whether it is in the sight distance, because that's not actually a defined or prescriptive thing. So again, I get that over prescriptive is not a goal in most codes, but you got to think about the sign user, particularly on a quick usage scenario of a temporary sign. When it's a larger sign, you're going to go through much more of a process. But I don't think they're going to know what you're talking about when they're putting the sign out. And then just real quick on the WSDOT standards, they use a eye and object height of 3.5 feet, just for use in your conversation. And they have different distances for that calculation based on the speed limit. The smallest distance, and again, I'm not going to attempt to explain this, but they create that triangle, and at 25 miles per hour, it's 155 feet across. And then that creates the triangle at that corner when a car is sitting there. And those triangles get calculated, and they're actually different on the left and right side of the vehicle. And so that's just an example of how, if I'm putting out a sign, I've looked at this, I would have no idea what that truly is unless it's told to me in numbers.
Well, strangely enough, I'm actually really familiar with that. And I do agree with you that it would be hard for someone to calculate. So I would be willing to go, I don't want to take up tons of time. I'd be willing to go back, and we can keep with, say, the 10 feet from an intersection or driveway, but this 2 feet from the curb or roadway and the sidewalk, that basically eliminates everything. I mean, I literally can hardly think of any place in town you could put a sign.
So if somebody parked their car after the sign was put up and it was within 2 feet of the edge, they couldn't open their door.
Yeah, but where most of our signs are, there are no parking. There's no parking. You know what I mean? Where all the signs go up, no one can park there anyway.
That perhaps that's a clarification that could be it.
Where vehicle parking is allowed.
Yeah. Because that's the intent, is to make the road portion and the walking portion still usable, even if a car isn't there at the time when they put it up. So I think that could be a clarification.
Yep, within 2 feet of a parking space. There you go.
Let me go to Victor and then Carolyn.
I'll just point out that the combination of the 10 feet and the 2 feet is what creates the issue where no sign will be allowed in at least the town center. Because in your example, and I'll take Islandia Center as one example, in order to not put a sign where cars park, it's usually very close to the access point for Islandia Center. If you say it's going to be required 10 feet, you got to go 10 feet up, what is that, Southeast 30th? I don't know, whatever that street is, and that puts you right into the parking. And so, but it's the combination of those two that actually is going to result in the elimination of all signs. And again, it's it just I don't see how that's workable at all. In addition, keep in mind, with all the cutouts in the town center, there's not too many places that are 10 feet away from a driveway or a vehicle access point.
Carolyn?
Well, regarding this section that we're talking about, I feel very uncomfortable sitting in a Zoom meeting without a lot of knowledge, trying to suggest what this should say for the safety, of our fellow residents. I would think there must be some specific knowledgeable source of information about what these numbers should be. And I wish it wasn't us trying to decide this.
So if I might suggest, just to move us along, because we're an hour plus into the conversation, we're still on page 1. I have a preference to defer to no change to the existing code if we don't have clarity on the benefit of adding new language. So what's numbered item 11 here is net new that's been proposed. And given the conversation, I would want to say that we have two items at the top. I think they were numbers 3 and 4 that I think meet the intent of what this was, and without, to Carolyn's point, good information beyond what was provided here. I personally would want to say, let's defer to what was originally present, which would be to remove this item. That's my suggestion, but I cannot make.
You're suggesting to remove item 11 altogether?
That would be my suggestion, but as chair, I can't make
Yeah.
I can't make a motion.
So moved.
But I was,
Okay, so given my speech,
did you have a
Vic-
second on that, or, I mean?
No.
well, I
is
was
that a
just going to
motion?
ask, Victor
Second.
made the motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Murphy. Would anyone like to speak further to that?
Yeah, I would prefer not to delete it. I don't know that it's good the way it is, but I do think that some setbacks are probably appropriate, but it's, I would not be comfortable just deleting it altogether. I would prefer that we ask staff to consult with, Public Works and, whatever international codes or national codes have to do with, roadway edges and parking and, that kind of thing, and see if some changes are needed, but I wouldn't be comfortable with nothing.
Okay, Commissioner Murphy, comments? Oh, you're on mute. Commissioner Murphy, you're on mute.
Sorry, hit the wrong button. I think that we got derailed. Did we ever add site distance to the item above, number 3?
You
No,
would need to go back and do that as a separate motion.
Okay, I don't want to lose sight of that. I would also note that item 10 includes interference with car door openings. So if you go back and put in site distance on 3, you've got car door protection on 10. I think we covered the issues we need to cover, and that would justify getting rid of number 11.
Okay, Commissioner Goodman.
I like that suggestion.
Okay. And yeah, I would just further my earlier comments to add that, I always ask the question, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And in all my years of living in the community, I don't think I've heard or been aware of this actually being a problem. And most of our organizations and businesses, both in the town center and outside, have been pretty respectful of managing signs in a way that isn't horribly out of scope with the other intended items above. So, Carolyn, is that a new hand or is that your one from before?
Oh, well, I'm still have other things on page 1, so I'll put it down for now, I guess.
Yep, and then we'll just finish this
Yeah.
amendment. So the amendment on the table, the motion on the table is to strike item 11 from section A. Any further comments or discussion?
I guess one other comment is that the concept of protecting the view site triangle at intersections is mentioned in item 9 above. So getting rid of section 11 wouldn't endanger that.
Yeah, which gets to, I think, Commissioner Murphy's question about adding something to number 3 above, but it looks like it's already there. Okay, so with that, all those in favor of the motion to strike item 11, please say aye and give a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no and put your thumb down.
No.
Okay, so the amendment passes 6-1. Commissioner Boatsman as the no vote. Okay, Commissioner Boatsman, we'll come back to you. You had something else, and then I think we also wanted to touch base on one of Allison's items on this page.
Okay, going up to number 4, the struck number 4. Keep going. Let's see. Oh, there it is. It is responsibility of the person posting a temporary sign to remove it. In as much as I understand this, we use the word temporary for this section, not so much that we're requiring it be removed at some particular moment, but it has more to do with the construction and use are temporary, they're movable and so on and so forth. So with that background, could you remind me again, we really intend to say that you never have to remove a sign. Could you tell me why, again, we've removed that, deleted it?
I believe we discussed this at length in June, and because we needed to remove the time provision, there used to be I think 90-day limit in this section, and that was removed. I think since there was no end time on when a sign needed to be removed, the commission decided to remove this section as well.
That's fine.
Just to fall in line with that.
Is that consistent with the Supreme Court decision, basically? Is that the reason?
I think it had some things to do with that. Like when we were trying to get the political sign provisions to sync up with the other temporary sign provisions, we were not able to keep that time limit anymore. And then without that provision, folks thought it didn't make sense to say that someone needs to remove the sign if there's not a time requirement for when that would happen.
Okay, and throughout this code, there's no time requirement to remove a sign other than for realtors and garage sale people. Temporary signs can stay there. Okay, all right, thanks. Just scrolling down again, I just needed that clarification. Thank you. In number 9, which we've been, let's see, talking about a little bit. What is a traffic pole?
Like stop signs?
Yeah, think of what a street light would be hung on.
Okay, traffic pole and signals.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And then scrolling down to number 11. What's a vehicle access point?
We just removed 11.
Yeah, I was going to
Oh,
say
okay,
we just
okay.
lost that, but
We just thought, okay.
it's just like a driveway or a place where a vehicle would access a parking lot or something.
Oh, it's we're talking about the vehicle access, not the person accessing the vehicle. Oh, okay. All right, I did forget one thing. Oh, number 9 again, please. I looked in the code, there is no definition of clear view sight triangle. It's a fairly specific term. Do you think that there should be a definition?
So this
Carolyn,
gets
it's
to
in the
what,
back.
yeah, this gets to what Daniel just referenced, which is it's in the Washington code, and there's a very specific and detailed calculation of what
Yep.
that sight triangle is.
Yeah, I know what it is, but I'm wondering the person reading this code, do they know what it is? Or do we care?
Carolyn, I venture to say this is going to be more on the enforcement side.
Okay,
It was
okay.
like, we shouldn't start putting engineering standards in here.
All right, so we have an engineering term, but we don't need to define it here. Okay, thank you. And then, let's see here.
So if
Okay, that's all I had
Carol-
on page 1. Thank you.
Great. So if we can go back to number 9, I know this was on Allison's list, which is just as an addition, would like guidance on whether or not we want to keep this provision or not, which was added, which is essentially a prohibition of signs in, on, or within the public or private medians, roundabouts, traffic circles, etc. So I think in this case, is there any propensity for anyone, Allison, I think you were just asking for clarity on this addition. Do we
Just
want to keep
confirm that
this?
we're good with this approach. That's it.
Yeah, so if
Oh,
there's anybody that has
right.
any dissent to this, now would be your opportunity to make that
Yeah.
heard and make a recommended change.
I'm glad you brought that up again because I was a little surprised to hear this proposed because there aren't a lot of places you can put signs. You having to get permission from people who live there and so on and so forth. The roundabouts and traffic circles, etc. Were one place, okay, you can put a sign here, or
So-
medians. I mean, like Island Crest is the median in between the lanes of Island Crest comes under this prohibition. Does it?
Yeah, and likewise in town center on 78th, there's that big median where there's a lot of temporary signs typically there.
So no more political signs on Island Crest Way in the middle of the road. That's what this means.
Yes.
Yes.
So why is this proposed again?
I can answer that. I've literally never seen a sign code that didn't have something like this. It's a huge safety issue to have people going to and from medians or traffic circles to place signs. That is not what would be considered a traditional public forum. That's not where people are supposed to be located for speech. Signs are supposed to be located in a normal scenario. You can make your decision, but if you don't prohibit it, you're going to have people going to locations that people aren't supposed to be going, and to clutter and impede things like a traffic circle can be dangerous to drivers as well. So I definitely would urge this to remain.
Thank you. I'm good with
Victor,
it.
you've had your hand up. Thank you for your patience.
I'll just, I'll reiterate Commissioner Boatsman's surprise and concern on this. I'm not supportive of this.
Okay, Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, I guess if we were to pass something like this, it would be a major behavioral change that we'd be asking of all political candidates on the island. We would need to find some way to communicate this out to all the candidates on the island, and give them essentially a period of time to remove it, because they're not aware of the change until we tell them. And then it can't be done instantaneously. We'd have to kind of figure out, are we going to give them a week? Are we going to give them a month to pull it out, or wait to the end of the election, or what have you? And also, if we do this, we are essentially reducing the amount of visibility that people will have to the names of the individuals that they're going to be voting on. And yeah, they're going to see it in the newspaper. They're going to see it on flyers in the mail. They're going to see it on the voters pamphlet. But street signs, road signs, those little H signs are a way for them to get familiar with who's running out there, so they know who to go research about individual races. So I think actually the median is a pretty good, pretty important place for free speech to get people familiar with who's on the ballot and who to go learn about. So I'm not supportive of this, of outlining it on the median as well. I do think that what the point Daniel brought up about the 3.5 feet of the eye line is important, that you need to be able to see across the median to see if there's somebody walking towards you when you're driving across there. So if there's a sign that's more than 3.5 feet, then we might want to consider saying that's not allowed in the median. But as long as it's below eye level for a driver, then I think it's important to allow it still.
I'm going to go in the order that I see you on the screen. We'll go to Commissioner Murphy, then we'll go to Tiffin, and then we'll go to Commissioner Friedman.
Yeah, real quickly, I agree with what Ted said. And with all due respect to Daniel, the median on 78th and the areas on Island Crest are historically public forums on this island. And so I would oppose keeping that term in there.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Sorry, I lost the Zoom icon. I guess, well, one thing I would mention is this won't go into effect until after this political season. So no one's going to be caught off guard this year. It would just be an educational thing for next year. I think I'm correct because it's not going to council until like October. So there's no way it's going to be implemented this election season.
May technically go into effect a couple weeks before the election, but yeah, I don't think we would need to enforce this round. It would definitely be something to educate for the next election.
And the council
so
could always, under advisement, make the effective date at a date certain
That's correct.
in the future as well. So,
I guess I'd say I don't feel really strongly, but I would lean more on the side of safety. And I do find it a little strange in this community that people put signs in the median. I think we would just have fewer political signs, but I personally think it's not a big issue trying to figure out who's running for various positions based on, wherever we could put a sign, like I was pretty adamant about eliminating section 11, I think it was, because I thought that was really restrictive. But I'm not going to die on this one, but I do think it's a little bit weird that we have people going into the median, like particularly the one when you come right off the highway. There's like no crosswalk. It's like a really busy road, and I see signs pop up there, and I know it's like a very good place visually, but I do find it's kind of a weird safety thing. I think that's it. I don't know.
okay, I'll go to Commissioner Friedman next, and then Carolyn, are you still raising your hand, or is that from before?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
We'll go to Commissioner Friedman and then Carolyn.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a really strong proponent for this clause. We talked about it briefly last month. Daniel's point about safety, I think, is paramount. I'm also sensitive to the fact that our city just invested to beautify a lot of these medians along Island Crestway, as well as the ones through town center. And I hate the idea of people putting up yard signs, just tromping through the beautiful work that they've done to include, the irrigation lines that could be damaged. I think about, to Tiffin's point, the median as you just come off of the freeway heading south on Island Crestway. And I mean, every political season, signs get, from all of the wind created by cars going by fairly quickly, signs get ripped off or ripped out of the ground, and they start flapping around on the ground. And I don't know if that's such a safety issue, but it certainly is an eyesore. And I think if you just took away medians and roundabouts and traffic circles, there is more than enough ways for people to learn about candidates. There are still plenty of places where you can put yard signs. I've put up many myself, and there are all sorts of other ways. I think it would be underestimating our electorate to think that they would struggle to learn about our candidates if they didn't have yard signs in medians and traffic circles.
Carolyn.
I concur with Commissioner Friedman. I think there are enough signs in front of people's homes and along the roadways in those places where they still can put signs. I think median signs are quite often quite repetitive. We do already know the names of our candidates, but it gets to be a little bit of a contest as, how many signs can we get up in the median. Really does take away from the beauty of this, our beautiful medians. So those are some reasons I would agree with the addition to the draft here as it is.
Okay, so the current draft has item number 9, which would prohibit temporary signs within the medians. Is there a motion? Does anybody, for those that were in disagreement with this, does anyone want to make a motion to either alter or remove that
So moved.
section? Okay, is that to remove item number 9 completely, Victor?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Weinberg, was that a second?
Yeah, finding my mute button. Yes, second.
Could I
Okay, so-
suggest a friendly amendment there? I don't think we want to remove the entire thing. We want to keep the clear site triangle, utility poles, lampposts, traffic poles. We would just want to talk about the medians, roundabouts, and traffic circles, I believe.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay,
Now
so
for
the
a friendly amendment, can we possibly have it be for signs that are below 3.5 feet in height, so that we do preserve the safety factor of being able for drivers to see over and see people coming in the other direction.
If you don't mind, Ted, would you mind making that as a separate motion once we complete this one? Because I do think they're materially different a little bit.
Okay.
So we'll take the first motion as to whether or not to include it, and then you can suggest that as a separate amendment.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion, as I understand it, with the friendly amendment, would be to remove the phrase public or private medians, roundabouts, traffic circles from item number 9, A9. And so is there any further deliberation or conversation on this beyond what we've already had? So all of those in favor of removal of the highlighted clause, please say aye and do a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed say nay and thumbs down.
Nay.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Carolyn, I didn't see your vote.
Well, I'm a little confused. I'm trying to think if I would want this change to be made if the whole thing stays in, but I want the whole, wait, I'm just getting confused.
So we're voting yes or no. Do you want the highlighted clause to be removed?
And this, I would vote yes, but then we still are going to have a vote on whether to. Oh, well, okay. No, I'm a vote no. Sorry, confused.
Okay, so if we can just do that one more time. The yays, thumbs up, please. Okay, and the no, do not remove. Thumbs down.
No.
No.
No. Okay, the amendment fails 3-4, Andrea. Okay, Ted, did you want to make your additional amendment?
Well, let's see. Okay, given that the language is still there, perhaps we could adjust it to say temporary signs greater than 3.5 feet in height are prohibited on public medians, roundabouts, traffic circles, etc., so that we essentially can preserve the safety element, but still allow the communication.
If I could respond to that, I think that's not quite the key safety issue. Yes, sight lines across the median are important, but I think Daniel's main point, which I concur with, is it's the safety of people running out across traffic to medians to put in signs or take them down. So all it takes is one accident, and we're going to be regretting taking that out. So I don't think the sign height is really, that's not the key safety concern.
Okay. Well, we've heard the amendment. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay. Andrew, that was moved by Vice Chair Weinberg and seconded by Commissioner Rashish, which I'm sure I just butchered your name, Victor. I apologize.
We'll get it eventually.
It took me a year to get Andrew Lucia's last time. So Daniel, can you have something to add?
Yeah, just a minor clarification or question on the motion. I understand the highlighted text to be intended to cover the 3 categories that we've been talking about.
Mhm.
As the sentence is written, it would continue on to all the others. And so I just want to ask the question, if it's just related to the medians, roundabouts, and traffic circles, we'd need just a little bit more editing.
Mhm.
I guess it was intended to be for medians, roundabout, traffic circles, and the sight triangles for the intersections and driveways. I guess you were talking about utility poles and lampposts. I guess I wasn't intending to allow us to put shorter signs on utility poles and lampposts. So I guess that's a good point, Daniel.
I would have to say they're also prohibited on utility
That-
poles,
that-
lamp posts.
That was kind of what I was hearing. I just want to make sure we got that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we might want to, if there's support in general for the idea of this 3.5 foot thing, we might want to separate out the stuff from utility poles onwards into a separate sentence, so it's not subject to the 3.5 foot limit.
Yeah, this is probably a place for a furthermore, or yeah, there you go. There we go. Okay, so it looks like the addition of those two phrases is your proposed amendment, and it was seconded by Victor. Any
An easy,
additional?
easy way out on the last name.
I'm just gonna. This is why I just use everybody's first names, because I bumble them. So with that, any other discussion or deliberation? Okay, hearing none. All those in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tiffin.
I guess I would just make the point that 3.5 feet is really tall. I think that would obscure a lot of, I mean, I'm not going to vote for it anyway, but I think that's really tall. And if you think about like taking a left turn, you're thinking about like bicyclists coming down the road, traffic coming from the other, I don't think it's a good idea. But
Okay. Any other comments before we take a vote?
Is
Okay,
there any interest in it, in supporting it if it had a lower number, like 3 feet?
sorry.
I'll make one more comment, which is that I like the idea of actually helping our candidates reduce the amount of canvas that they have to work with, because someone made the comment earlier about it becomes kind of this escalation between the candidates of like, oh, my opponent has 50 signs out, I need to match them or beat them, and so I think by kind of reducing the scale of where they can put yard signs, that's actually a fringe benefit of this. It'll be less waste, less cost to our candidates. I think in the long run, they'll be glad when they're driving down the road and they don't see their opponent's yard sign in a median and think that they need to do the same.
Great, fair enough. I'll lend my 2 cents, which is every time I've ever talked to anybody about road signs, it's always in the context of how can we get rid of them. So I with that, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment as highlighted, the addition of the highlighted text to item 9, please say aye and give a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all of those opposed, please say no with a thumbs down.
No.
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 Commissioner Murphy, did you have a vote there?
No, I'm abstaining. I think that this amendment is not consistent with the last one that went down, so I don't think it's really appropriate.
Okay, so in that case, the amendment will fail of a vote of 2-4-1, Andrea, with Commissioners Murphy abstaining, Commissioner Hubble, Goodman, Boatsman, and Friedman being the no votes.
Thank you, Chair.
And I know Andrea's been having video trouble, so she can't always see the screen, so that's why I'm reading those out. Okay, with that, we're at 2 hours at this point. I might recommend that we take a 10-minute recess for a bio break. During the break, hopefully we can move a little bit quicker through some of these other pages. I know there was some substantive stuff, given that these are the sort of the main overarching criteria. So if you can, if you have anything, let's maybe prepare those during the break, and then hopefully we'll move a little quicker. And with that, we'll re-adjourn here at 8:15, 8:16 in about 10 minutes. Great.
Thank you.
And I forgot to look at when we left, so I didn't know when to come back. So I'm not late.
It was like 8:05-ish.
Let me see if I can get a light on here. Yeah, it's really funny. Are we recording this now? It looks like it's recording.
Yeah, I think she leaves it on even during the break.
Yeah.
That way I don't forget.
Okay, we'll just wait for Commissioner Boatsman for one more minute.
Chair Hubble, if what's the proper way if one needs to leave the meeting early? What's the proper way to excuse oneself?
As far as I'm concerned, letting us know that you have to go and we'll recognize it for the record that you had to leave, and that's it. We don't have a formal process as the council does to, we don't vote to excuse absences or anything like that. So if you have a time at which you have to leave, feel free to just chime in, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out at 9:30.
Okay, great. I'd like to hope that we'll get done here by then, but I don't. There's a lot of stuff to go through, so
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
no worries. Yeah, just pop a reminder when you have to leave so that we know that you're out, and I'm not looking for your vote on something.
Okay. Do you want me to like verbally tell you, or
Yeah.
just like, okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, Allison, do we want to go back? I guess let's start with page 2. Are there any other amendments or items of discussion from page 2, Victor?
I was just going to ask to have the document put back up, but now I see it.
Let me get to okay, 2 of 16, Carolyn.
Yeah. What did you mean 2 of 16? 2 of 16?
Sorry, see the page at the top, 2 of 16.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay. I noticed that we say in 13B that the city may remove and dispose of signs that fail to satisfy. And then it also says in C, the city may remove signs that are not in compliance. So my suggestion is to add E to this 13. At the conclusion of all of this, it says the city may remove and dispose of signs that fail to satisfy the requirement of, this section or whatever, and remove it from B and C. So that's the gist of what I want to propose.
Okay. Allison, is there a reason why it's called out individually versus broadly like
I think
this?
that was just a function of how we edited it over time.
Okay. Great. So, Carolyn, is that a formal motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Boatsman and seconded by Commissioner Friedman. Any other comments or questions? To repeat the motion, it would be to add an item E, stating the city may remove and dispose of any signs that are not in compliance with this section, and removing the phrases from items B and C that read in item B, fail to satisfy, the city may remove and dispose of any signs that fail to satisfy any of the requirements. And in item C, the phrase, the city may remove signs that are not in compliance. Carolyn.
Actually, my amendment would be to take the language that's in B and make that E. Okay, and then delete the phrase in C. Pretty close to what you said, but it's a slightly different.
That failed to satisfy any of the
Any of the
requirements.
requirements of 1906-020A. Is there any problem with that wording, Allison? Think?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I think they both said the same thing, but one is certainly more precise than the other. So
Yes.
that is good. Okay. Any other comments or questions to the effect of, and Allison, I'll assume that you'll highlight those other two sections to be removed. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed, say no with a thumbs down. Okay, the amendment is approved 7-0. Okay, Carolyn, did you have anything else on this page to bring up?
No.
No. Are there any other comments related to this page? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to page 3, at the top of which begins subsection 2 related to temporary commercial signs. Tiffin.
A question on this page is why we're tying the number of signs allowed to the property owner and not to the actual unit. I think that's in section, the little 3.
The intent here was that if you had a single property owner that had multiple units, like say you have a new townhouse development and they're selling all, 17 townhouses, and they're currently owned by one developer. You wouldn't want them to put out 3 signs for every unit. You would want them to put out a certain number for the whole building, advertising all of those units that are for sale.
I think that's probably fine. I was just more thinking of a situation where maybe the units aren't close to each other, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Like if you own one property on the north end of the island and one property on the south end of the island or something like that.
Something like that. I mean, I can't imagine this would be enforced, but you know what I mean? I can't imagine it would come up as an issue, but it just struck me as a little, could be a small problem. Okay. I think I'll leave it if no one has any concerns. I think that's fine.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Tiffin, on this page?
I don't think so.
Okay. Carolyn?
Yeah. I'm trying to do a favor to the people reading this code to try to simplify the language a little bit. So I think you could add a definition. What's a real estate sign? A real estate is a sign that advertises the sale, rental, or lease of property, and then go on to the next B and start talking about real estate signs are allowed in all zones if subject to the following conditions, rather than always having to say signs advertising the sale, rental, or lease of the property. All the way through this section, you keep having to repeat sale, rental, lease the property. And sometimes it's inconsistent because it doesn't mention all 3 of those. So I would like to get that headache out of the way and just define it at the beginning and then clean up the language a little bit. I can be more specific if you like. And I can put that into a motion if you like.
Yeah, let me, Allison, do you have any thoughts or comments on that?
I think that would be fine. yeah, just give me a specific text edit here.
Oh, okay. My motion would be to add a definition A. Real estate signs are those which advertise the sale, rental, or lease of property, period. That would be little a. Okay. Okay.
And might I
And then-
suggest, rather than editing out all the others, do we want to just give the direction that they'll remove that clause where it appears in all the others, or do you want to
Well,
take the time to specify all of them?
I could do it verbally and just, she could do the writing later, but I would like to explain how I think it can be simplified, if that would be all right. Do you know what I mean? She could do the actual writing later, but I could just verbally explain. Okay, so under little one real estate sign per street frontage is allowed, period. Okay, the signs may be located on the property. So you can kind of remove that whole clause about offered for sale, rent, and lease. And then in little 2, real estate signs shall be removed after 7 days after, this is one I'd like to suggest, after the transaction is completed, if that would work. But if not, no problem, just, clear it up as much as possible. 3, second line, real estate open house or to direct the public to a dwelling unit that is offered, period. No more than 4 signs may be posted for property offered by the same owner. So you kind of get the gist of what I'm talking about. Just, all of that doesn't need to be there, I don't think.
Yeah, is it okay to chime in on this one?
Oh, yep. Sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, because this particular clause, little 3 I's, however we say it, is the one that I thought was a bit confusing as well, because it seems to me that it's talking specifically about, like open house signs. So temporary to the day. You put them up in the morning, you take them down in the evening. But I got a little confused because I don't think it is explicit about that. It's the wording gets a little confusing. Yeah, so my proposal on that one was to, sorry, I got to pull up my notes here. I think what it needs to say is there's always going to be a sign, right? There's going to be a sign, a for sale sign or for lease sign, but it needs to be explicit, I think, that on the day of an open house, you can put up 3 additional signs, and those 3 additional signs need to come down at the end of the day. But it talks about 3 signs and 4 signs, and I think it gets a little confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's specifically, 3 additional signs may be posted, and I wouldn't specify that they're A-frames because I know that, temporary signs for the day of an open house can be of any format.
So why are we saying additional signs? How do we differentiate between the for sale sign that's always there for weeks and weeks and the ones that are going up for the open house? Are they both in this paragraph?
This is supposed to just be for the open house, I
Okay,
think.
okay. Okay. Then it's just, maybe that's okay then, 3 additional signs.
Yeah, if you look at the progression of this, right? 1 sign per street frontage is allowed
Yeah.
adjacent to the right of way.
Mhm.
And then items 3I is
Mhm.
3 additional signs may be posted to the public right of way to advertise an
Mhm.
open house. And it does go on to say, Jordan, that that these are only to be posted during hours that the agent is present at the property and shall be removed at the end of the open house.
But it was just the question of, one, for lack of a better term, permanent sign for the duration of how long the property is for sale or for lease, and then three additional super temporary signs for the day of. So
Yeah.
I just thought the wording
Oh.
could be cleaned up.
How about in the 1, 2, third sentence of 3, the additional signs may be posted during the hours that are real estate, blah, 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 and shall be removed. That means that the 3 extra signs had to be removed, but not the original one. Or maybe just the 3 additional signs. That would even be more specific. Maybe that would that get to what you're saying, Jordan?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Carolyn, does this represent what your motion is? If I can, I'm assuming you're making a motion here to add a sub item A above,
Mhm,
providing a definition,
mhm.
and then the continuing on to the additions in item, I should say the creation of an item B with subsections as edited under I, and 3I.
It doesn't quite have all the edits in it that I had in mind. Under 3, B3, I would suggest the first sentence to read, 3 additional signs may be posted in the public right of way to advertise a property that is available, an available property.
Well, but these are specific to open house though. Not-
Oh, let's see, to advertise a real estate open house or dwelling unit that is available. Okay, so to direct the public to a dwelling unit that is available, just take the sale, rent, or lease out of there. That would not be necessary, I don't think. Mhm. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that's pretty much what I was suggesting. I don't know if I had a second or not. Don't remember
No,
getting one.
we were just documenting your motion.
Okay.
So I'll now call for a second. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Boatsman, seconded by Commissioner Goodman. Jordan, did you have another comment or is that your old hand?
That's my old hand, taking it down now.
No worries. Okay, any other additional comments or thoughts related to these? Allison, from a staff perspective, do you have any concern over these changes?
No, this looks fine.
Okay. All right, hearing no additional comment or question, all those in favor
Excuse me,
of-
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
I need to clarify for the minutes because as displayed on the screen, I can't capture in the minutes. For 3I, it's add addition to the first sentence, and then you guys lost me.
So we added this additional,
Yep, I got that one. Then that's where I got
deleted
lost.
some stuff.
So
We
we deleted after available.
It said for sale, rent,
or lease.
lease.
And then in line 4, we added the
3
phrase
additional.
3 additional.
Thank you.
I think I changed something in here to be property offered rather than property for sale or lease.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And in item 2, I noticed that you just put a note in there as to whether or not you can refer to that as transaction or not.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was confusing or not.
Yeah, well, and I would go back to like, do we have to define transaction?
Good enough the way it is, probably. Leave that one alone, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure you're saving anything by
Yeah. Okay.
removing that.
Cool.
Okay, so with all of those changes documented, all of those in favor of the proposed amendment to what is this? Section 2, A, B, I. All of those in favor, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
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 And anyone opposed, please say no with a thumbs down. Okay, the amendment passes 7-0. Okay, Carolyn, did you have anything else on this page?
Yeah, I have another one that's kind of similar, but hopefully it might be a little shorter. If you go back up to the top of the page again and you come to number 2, the same thing is happening with yard, estate, and garage sales. So I think you don't need to do it here, but let's just let me just throw this in here and then scroll back to the bottom of the page. I'm sorry, back up again to 2. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, right there. Okay. Except for, okay, where you say garage sale signs, I'm going to suggest yard/estate sale signs. I think that a yard sale can encompass something that's spilling out of a garage onto your driveway, and you don't need the word garage sale. So I just think yard/estate sales, and if you use that term throughout your whole section, delete the word garage. Yeah, just yard slash, that would work for the whole section. And make it a little easier to understand, because I notice also in this section, sometimes you say garage, sometimes you say yard and estate and forget garage. So that would make it simpler. And then if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, I'll be more specific. Okay, B, garage sales. Okay, so I would suggest delete the word garage sales and just say, yard/estate sales, or yard and estate sales, whatever you prefer. And then going on to the next page.
Should we also delete the garages here under B?
Yeah. So
Yep.
Carolyn,
Yeah.
sorry, just to simplify this, rather than going line by line to find every instance of this, if your intention is to just say we need to be consistent with our usage of these, I think a simple amendment saying to just make an amendment saying and frankly we may not even need an amendment because it's more of a, well, we'll just do it as an amendment saying to standardize the usage of garage, yard, and estate sales, and then specify exactly how you want them referred to, and then we'll just instruct her to go and do that rather than having to fix them one by one.
And just to add to that, you do need that a definition. I forgot to say that there should be the definition of yard and estate sales should probably be at the very beginning of this, just like you did for the real estate signs. So that's part, I'm sorry, I meant to mention that.
So can we take that as a separate amendment? Let's start with the first amendment, which is standardizing the language. Let's make a quick vote on that, and then we can go to the addition of other text.
Sure.
So am I correct that you're making a motion to the effect of updating that language?
Yes, yes, so moved, Dan.
So just to make sure I've got it, we will strike garage sale and we'll consistently use yard and estate sales.
Yeah.
Great. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments or deliberation on that?
Chair, who is the second?
Oh, sorry, that was Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, say no with a thumbs down. Okay, that that amendment passes 7-0. Okay, so
Dan,
Carolyn,
I don't think we need the definition. I don't think this one needs a definition, really. If you look at it, yard and estate sales, good enough, right?
I would think
It is
so,
pretty
but
commonly, yeah, it's a common term.
Okay, not needed. Yay, that's simple. Next.
before we continue here, I just want to make sure anybody else back on page 3, have any other comments related to the real estate language before we move on? Okay, hearing none. Great, thank you.
I wanted
Allison, yes?
to just confirm this commercial office edition here. That was one of my things.
So I'll make one comment here, and my memory may be incorrect. I don't know, Tiffin, if you were around this long. I believe the commercial office zone is a relatively newer zone within like the last 5 or 6 years. My guess is this was a place where there was a reference that just wasn't updated when that zoning designation was added.
That was my
But
guess as well.
That's my memory of it. I think it happened.
I don't think
wanna
it's
say-
been in the last 6 years, but it could have been just before then.
Yeah. It's been, I believe, in recent history. So that would be my guess why that was there. Does anybody have a reason to, or want to make a motion to remove it at all? Or is everyone good with having it left in?
Yay, good.
Okay. I see at least 4. So, okay. Thank you, Allison, for calling that back up. Sorry, go ahead, Carolyn. You had a few other things here on
No,
page 4.
no, I don't have anything else on that page.
Okay. Anybody else have anything here related to, so this is, I think, where we start to get into the temporary commercial signs after we move past the yard and estate sales. Hearing none on this page, we'll move to the next page. Anything here? A-frames. There was some comments, I think, earlier. I know, Victor, you had around the commercial A-frames. Did you have any things? This is the one where there's a discrepancy with the 24 square feet.
Right,
Yeah.
I was just arguing for the consistency between the general outlines that were proposed and these here, and just bringing them together.
Yeah, so the question, I see there's a couple of hands, but the question I would have here then for the group is, the general provisions are that they shouldn't exceed that smaller size, but there's a provision here that would supersede that, saying that in, let's see, business set out so that commercial A-frame signs could be 24 square feet in area, but that would basically be 12 square feet per side, which is slightly larger. So like the question of the group is, should this just be the same as the 9 square feet that we said before, or the same? Commissioner Goodman?
Yeah, unless there's a reason, I would just leave it consistent with the other section. I assume this was done when we did this town center plan. I'm not sure, and I don't remember ever discussing this. But I did another check, and I think 9 square feet per side is pretty safe for anything that I'd consider like a standard A-frame sign.
Okay, Commissioner Boatsman, do you have a comment about this, or was it something else?
Yeah, well, it's about this, but also something further down the page. But the other thing about this is that in our previous section that we amended, we talk about establishing a size that is suitable for a face, and then we make it clear that could be used on both sides. So this one is, the language is different. So I think we should establish what's allowed on one side and make it clear that it's allowed on both sides. And then as far as the number, yeah, I agree with making it smaller, but then I'm not sure if there's a reason to have it bigger or not.
So might I suggest, if people are inclined to say that this should be just no different than the standards that we had set above, that a motion to strike item A would be appropriate.
Okay.
basically saying that the standards that we had written above are what would govern the size of these signs.
So do we need to insert that here or just?
No, we
leave
would
it
just strike
silent?
this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because all of the standards in subsection A, as
Uh-huh.
it says there, are what govern,
Okay.
provided
Mhm.
that these additional conditions are met.
Okay.
So is there anybody, if anybody's inclined to make that motion, that's the
Move
motion
to
I would-
strike.
Second,
Second,
I was waiting to see what Victor had to say.
All right, so it's been moved by Victor, and it was seconded by, I think, everybody else.
Of course.
I'll give it to I don't know who seconded it.
I did.
All right, Commissioner Friedman was the second on that. Any additional comments on this? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the striking of item A, please say aye with a thumbs up.
I,
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, please say no with a thumbs down. Okay, the amendment passes 7-0. Carolyn, you said you have something else on this page?
yeah, if you scroll down a little bit and get to the town center signs, I have a comment there. Okay, this is, something that's been in the code for a long time apparently, but that first sentence there, that signs should be distinctive, finely crafted, designed to enhance the aesthetics of the town center and to improve pedestrian and motorist safety. I'm not quite sure why we're trying to tell people who, business people that put in signs that they are put there to improve pedestrian and motorist safety. So I would suggest, my motion is to strike and to improve pedestrian and motorist safety.
Carolyn, I
Seconded.
actually think there's a reason for that.
Okay, I'm
It's
all
like-
ears.
Think about it like for example, the Bank of America, there's like a no left turn sign out of it. Like there are situations where businesses in the town center would put up like directional or guidance signs. And I think
Okay.
that's also described here as well.
So I was just missing the point. So motion withdrawn.
Well,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Victor, and then I'll get Allison's interpretation as well.
So I think the point is actually a good one. I think what you may want to differentiate when I took a read at this, it seemed like parts of this are describing wayfinding signs, and other parts maybe just describing other types of signs. So you may just want to differentiate between the purpose of the sign. I'm not sure that's super critical. It's not something that I want to die on the hill on, but we just may want to say, are these town center signs, or are they town center safety signs? Are they wayfinding signs? And just be a little bit more specific as to what you're referring to here. Because we've already talked about commercial signs, and so supposedly those have already been covered. So what exactly are we covering here?
We previously talked about temporary commercial signs, and now we're talking about essentially commercial signs and permanent commercial signs in town center.
Okay, so then to Tiffin's point, there are commercial signs that advertise the business, but then there are other types of signs that actually give you direction, like turn left here, don't enter here. And so you may just want to specify what kind of signs you're talking about here and what the purpose of those signs are, because it feels like the purpose of the signs are being mixed here.
Yeah, as we continue, I think that's a good point, Victor, and then I'll call on you, Carolyn.
Okay.
As we move down, there is there are a series of subsections here that say directional signs, temporary signs, window signs, projecting signs. So I'm wondering if what you're asking for, if the intent of that is in these other subsections, or do we need to call it out more in this objectives section? Like, is there some clarity we need to bring into this from that?
May I address that?
Is that
Oh,
a
yeah.
question for me or for Allison?
Well, I mean, it's really to the group, right? I mean, you made the point that they serve a different function, and are we describing it properly? I think we have the subsections here that talk about the function and design and location of all of them, but maybe it's not described well enough in the objectives. So I'm just wondering if that's the sort of the issue that you're calling out.
I think the issue I'm calling out is it's muddled. And so either assign it to the various types of sections or do a better job of differentiating it in this objective section.
Okay. Commissioner Boatsman.
You know, this first paragraph is just a kind of an introduction. It isn't really the regulation itself. All of the things that are mentioned in this paragraph, whether muddled or not, are all addressed more specifically and clearly as you go into the meat of the ordinance. So I would suggest saving a little work and, you know, not trying to amend it, because I think we would open up a can of worms.
Okay. Hearing all of those comments, Allison, is there anything that you have heard that you think might need to be improved here, or is the function of this section, this paragraph A, just strictly to tee up everything else? I mean, is there any sort of regulatory teeth in here that we need to worry about?
I tend to agree with what Commissioner Boatsman said a moment ago. This serves as sort of an introduction, and it's the overarching policy statement. So it kind of gets the intent out there in terms of what they were thinking when they drafted this, which I think can be useful for the design commission when they need to go and interpret the regulations. That can give them a little guidance, but it is not the same as the specific regulations that come below, which, you know, give the more numeric and objective standards that they need to look at. So I don't see any major issues with this as it stands, and agree that probably it'd be better to move into the more specific stuff below if we want to focus our energy and time.
Okay. Victor, do you have any specific amendments you want to make, or are you good with that?
I'm good with that. Like I said, I don't think this is one I want to die on the hill for.
We don't want you to die.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Noting that, do we want to go ahead and move down to section B around the design standards, and any comments around the freestanding ground signs? I know that Allison has a couple of comments in here, but beyond that, any other specific call outs or questions? Okay, seeing none. Allison, do we need to address the thing you have highlighted, or?
Yeah, so this was one of my questions. This comes up in this section and then one down below. I think we discussed it last month, but we are recommending deleting this proportionate requirement, because proportionate's kind of squishy. It's hard to know exactly what that means. And also it was included up here in the objectives. It already says the size of signs shall be in proportion to the size of the business store frontage. So we do have that intent expressed there in a general sense, and we didn't feel that it was needed as an additional but vague requirement here. We already have very specific maximum size requirements there that can stand on their own. So I just want to see if there's concurrence with that striking of subsection little I.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, Allison, I see enough consensus to leave that as is. Okay, so moving to wall signs, any comments, questions? I think the same comment related to item B on proportionate is also here. I'm going to assume that the same result there. At the top of page 7 of 16, I know this is another one of Allison's call outs from the presentation. around the addition of language related to secondary wall signs being allowed. Is there any comment or discussion to this being allowed or not, Tiffin?
I thought it was fine. I might suggest going up to like 6 feet, but I also kind of looked around and I did think all the signs would fit within the 5 square feet that I saw. I don't know. I might suggest moving it up to 6 square feet.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's been an amendment moved to change item B to letter C to 6 square feet. Any other comments or discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, please say no with a thumbs down. Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Andrea.
I missed who moved and seconded.
Sorry, it was my apologies. That was
Tiffin.
moved by Commissioner Goodman and I think seconded by, was it
Me.
Commissioner Murphy?
Boatsman.
Oh, sorry, it was Commissioner Boatsman. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Tiffin, did you have anything else related to this area?
No, I think my next comment is page 8.
Okay. Okay, hearing none, we'll keep moving along. Item number F, related to Design Commission discretion. Allison flagged this as an area we may want to discuss that we had commentary on at the June meeting. The current language is, as you read, if an applicant demonstrates the satisfaction of the Design Commission that a wall sign is creative, artistic, and integral part of the architecture, they may waive the above restrictions. And Allison just wanted to ask us on our view on that. Victor.
So I think I'm the one who raised this in our last meeting. I thought where we landed on this was it was out of scope for what we were doing for this exercise, but that you were going to include a note to the council that basically said, we suggest that you take a look at this and decide whether you want to tackle this or not.
That was my recollection as well.
That would be a fine approach. I think when Daniel and I kind of doubled back and were editing the document here in the last month, he made the suggestion that, you know, this really is pretty wide, broad discretion here for the Design Commission. And we may want to either put some more specific criteria in there rather than just creative, artistic, and integral part of the architecture, or just remove that discretion.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I think, you know, we could leave this, put this up to the council. That would be fine. I think if there is an interest from the commission in having more specific criteria, it may be helpful to recommend some direction there in terms of what that might be.
So when
Victor,
we
go
talk
ahead.
about waiving the above restrictions, we're talking about everything on wall signs, right? Is that what this is?
No. I think the way you described it last time, Allison, was it's everything, right?
Just looking at it again, I think, so it is under wall signs as a subsection. So I think actually Carolyn is correct there that it only applies to wall signs, which is sort of odd in itself, that why wouldn't it apply to other types of signs? But
Says may waive the
I think
above restrictions. There's a lot above it.
It's vague.
Need to be more specific.
Comprehensive plan.
I'll say that when I asked Allison, when I asked the question, and we can go back and look at the minutes or the video on this, I asked that specific question in the last meeting. You said it was everything.
okay, well, I apologize. I think that was probably an error. Just looking at it now, since subsection F here is below 2 wall signs, I believe it just applies to wall signs.
There's also another reference. There's at least
Is
one
there?
other reference, yeah.
So it may just apply to a couple types of signs then, which, I don't know what the logic was when this was adopted. I don't remember. I was involved, but I just don't remember because it was 6 years ago or so. Why we would give discretion on certain types of signs and not others. I know, there's other parts of the town center code where there's similar kinds of discretion given to the design commission. And there was a desire at the time this was all adopted to give some flexibility and options for architects and developers to do things that might be creative or cool and like better than they would otherwise be, but somehow they're not fitting within our code requirements. So I'm assuming that was the intent here, but maybe we need to be more specific about which of these can be waived or what the criteria for waiving that would be.
So if I can offer a couple of things, Daniel, I see you and I see Commissioner Boatsman. I'm just going to offer this as someone who's been on the design commission when this has actually been brought up. When we did the New Seasons redesign several years ago, I was on the design commission and they asked for an additional wall sign. And if you recall, and as you know, the orientation of that on the main road is actually the side where the trash area is. And they wanted to do an additional wall sign that was like a fish that was made out of spoons and it said New Seasons Market. And it was determined that from the design commission standard, even though they weren't allowed to have that extra sign, that it would actually help yield a better outcome in the redesign because of the orientation of the road to that main street and the use of that area there. And so that's where the design commission, when I was there, used this clause to waive a requirement of the number of signs that they could have as a part of it. I can tell you as a member that sat there, that I absolutely agree that there probably needs to be more guidance as to around what the latitude of that body can and should be. I'll furthermore say that trying to do that on the fly at 9 o'clock right now and coming up with a set of those recommendations, I don't think is a good idea. And so going back, I think, to the original conversation of both the scope and our preparedness to put forward something that makes any sense, that we highlight this as an area of discussion for the council and say, we currently don't have any recommendations here because we didn't feel that it was in scope to spend the time on, but we highly recommend that the council look at this either as a part of this process or in the future. That would be my take. Let me go to Commissioner Boatsman, and then I'll go back to Victor. Oh, sorry. Sorry, one sec. Daniel actually had his hand up, and I just want to make sure to get his.
I'll be very brief, and this is just to build on what was said right before your comments there. This is all within number 2. There is a number 12 that is the exact same language. So I think at minimum 2F is repetitive of 12 because 12 covers all of it. It's one layer out in the hierarchy and covers everything. And so I think all your comments apply to either of those, number 1, but this is at minimum a duplicative paragraph. I just wanted to emphasize what
Thank you.
said.
Okay.
That would explain your confusion, Victor, because if it is number
Yeah.
12, it would encompass everything. Okay, Carolyn, go ahead, and then we'll go back to Victor.
Well, I was just going to say, if we were just talking wall signs, I could see some justification because wall signs offer a particular opportunity for artistic expression. So, but having heard from Daniel that 12 covers everything, that's moot. I was looking at these criteria under wall signs, and to me, I could see the only one you would want to not waive would probably be D, the one that says that they stick up above the building parapet, soffit, and eave line. Okay, I've said enough though, because I would suggest just deleting the whole thing and dealing with it under 12, number 12.
Victor?
So a question and then a comment. So My question is to your description of what happened in the design commission. Wouldn't that just be a variance? Does that really need a code? something in the
Variances
code?
are incredibly difficult to acquire and you have to go to the hearing examiner. So I don't think anyone would want to go through that for a sign.
No.
Right. And then the comment is, I agree with Carolyn. I'd move to strike this and then we can deal with the issue at section 12. Because this is repetitive.
I'm going to second what he said, if that's okay.
Okay, I do think that's appropriate given the repetitive nature of this. So the motion from Victor is to strike item 2F, and it was seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Given the premise of the repetitive nature, are there any other comments on this? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed say no with a thumbs down. The motion passes 7-0. And then we'll come back to this here in a few minutes. Okay, any others there? Moving down to the next page, projecting signs. Any comments here, Tiffin?
My first question was like, why can't awnings be backlit? What does that look like? And I'm just kind of envisioning having like a light under the awning to light up that area at night. Is that prohibited under this?
I think what this is referring to is when the awning itself is basically like a sign, like there's a vinyl covering on the awning that light shines through to project out as and illuminate the print that's on the awning as if it were an illuminated sign.
Okay. So that's probably appropriate. That sounds like it makes sense. And then I had one more on page 8, but it's maybe down a little further if someone else has a comment.
Okay, I see none on the projecting signs. As we move to window signs, let's start with Allison's clarification on the changes here. She gave us a couple of examples related to the percentage of coverage and how that is calculated. Are there any thoughts or comments? There were two examples that were given, and we may want to discuss those two. Tiffin, do you have your hand up to talk about this, or is it your old hand? Okay, Carolyn.
Yes. I'm on window signs. Is that where we're at? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I did have a question about that. Now, it's sign lighting. Signs may be lighted during business hours. So that's only something that comes under window signs and not in other, I mean, I'm wondering about that. Why is
What
that?
I was trying to get at here is many businesses have like an open sign, like a little neon sign that says open, and they turn it on when they're open,
Yeah.
and they turn it off when they're closed. Or other small signs of a similar kind of nature that have something to do with an activity that's happening in the business.
Okay.
Sometimes they're neon, sometimes they're just an internally lit sign.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mhm. No further question about that.
I'm waiting for you to say no further questions, Your Honor. So getting back to the question, there were two pictures. I don't know if it's easy for you to flip back to this.
Yeah, I think it
Allison,
is actually.
to the presentation.
Yeah, so, whoops, that wasn't what I meant to do. I'm gonna just skip down. Okay, so what we're talking about is limiting it based on the frontage of the business. And I was trying to word that fairly carefully so that we're not talking about windows on like the back side of the building or the second story or something. We're just talking about the main frontage of the business, and 25% of that can be covered, kind of like what you see here. They could not cover whatever this is, 75%. They could do one window, or they could do, 25% of each window. There's a lot of different ways they could configure it, but we're just basing it on the frontage of the business.
So I have a comment about the upper picture here of the massive window coverage. And I happen to know, because I've been a patron of that business, as I think that's the physical therapy office, and that's actually a privacy screen. So you can't see in, but from the inside you can see out. So it's like a one-way mirror, I guess. And so it's very effective. And from a physical therapy patient perspective, I loved it. So, but I can also see that I can also imagine that the city could say, it's great. You can absolutely tint your windows, do some kind of one-way thing for privacy purposes.
Yep.
But you can't make it into, a billboard, right? So
yeah, there's another provision in the town center code that talks about the transparency of the windows on the street frontage, and a certain percentage needs to be transparent. And so I think there's an argument that this sign is actually legal. Like it depends on what you consider the sign, kind of like when I was talking about murals. So is the sign just this part with the logo and the wording, or is the sign the whole thing with the picture? Or is the picture just a screen that's semi-transparent? And maybe, I'm not sure, we'd have to look at the other part of the code that talks about the transparency of the windows. Maybe or maybe not, that's okay. So this isn't a perfect example because it kind of bridges these two parts of the codes. But yeah.
And the question comes to, where's the transparency measured, from the inside or outside? Like what's the intent of
it's measured from the outside, I believe, because it's intended to allow pedestrians walking by to see into the business. But it is an issue that comes up a lot with physical therapy or exercise studios because they want some privacy.
Yeah, and the alternative to this, right, would be the city requiring them to basically fill this in and put a wall there, right? Like to bring it into compliance. In theory, if they wanted and needed the privacy and couldn't do this application, they might just have to put a wall in.
Or could they do window shade?
Right. I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how window shades or curtains come into play there, or something that's temporary and movable. This is a different part of the code that we don't really need to worry about right now. I think if I just wanted to confirm that I got it right in terms of focusing on the windows on the street frontage, or the through block pedestrian connection frontage, and the 25% should apply to the business itself, not per window or something like that.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Okay.
What she's describing sounds just right to me.
Yeah, my perspective, Allison, is the bottom picture certainly, I think, fits the intent of the conversation we had last week. And I could make an argument that on the one above, that it's an art display and there's a small portion of that is actually signage. I think given the way I read the code, at least certainly that's the way I would argue it. But the question would be do people think that that's appropriate or not, given the way that the code is, the intent of the code that we have, is that acceptable? Carolyn?
I would say that the picture on the top, I think that's inappropriate to me. It looks like a billboard. Just looks like a big ad to me, So
Yeah, I think.
And I'll say, I think these were in place prior to the town center regulations that talk about window transparency that were adopted about 5 or 6 years ago. So I doubt something like this would get approved today. They'd give it a bit more scrutiny.
Yeah, I think my gut feel is that the intent here is to make sure that businesses are both pleasant to walk into and do business in, but also to walk by and look at and to browse, window shop. And if all the windows are essentially billboards, then you kind of can't enjoy looking at what's in there without going into it. I think it really makes it a very different feel in town center. So I really am supportive of the language that we currently have, which is supporting the lower picture rather than the upper one.
Commissioner Murphy or Victor, do you guys either have a comment?
I'm happy to make my comment. To me, I'm looking at this and I share Jordan's view on this. To me, this doesn't seem like a billboard. You know, if I were a physical therapy patient, I'd absolutely want I'd want some privacy, and I'd prefer to see this than a blacked out curtain or just black windows. And to me, the only advertising part of this is the lower 10% of that window. And to me, just the fact that it's a little bit visually different makes it a little more interesting. If it had ATI across each of the 3 windows, that would be a different story. But the advertising on this is relatively small.
Okay. Carolyn, did you raise your hand again, or is that?
Yes, I wanted to
Okay.
add that the thing about this though is you don't see this from the inside. So it's only something that people walking by or driving by see, or even the patient who's arriving, you know, would walk by it on their way in the door, but you don't see it from the inside is my understanding. So if privacy is needed, there's so many ways to get privacy, you know, they don't need to do this, I wouldn't think. And then certainly the privacy is very important, you know, to the patients and the practitioner.
So given all that commentary, does anybody feel like the proposed language, maybe we can go back to the code now, Allison, in section 4 there, or subsection 4, does anybody feel like we need to make any changes to the code, or do we feel like what is written here can be interpreted in the appropriate way? Go ahead, Victor.
I'd like to hear from Allison just again on this, because I'm remembering a couple of comments. One was he wasn't sure that this would pass code today, but then I think prior to that, I heard a comment that said, well, this technically may not be considered a sign. So I would just like to hear a little bit more from Allison on kind of how that ATI signage would be viewed.
I think if that ATI image came in as a proposal today, with this proposed language here in the code, we would say probably what they're proposing, you couldn't exactly do that. There's this transparency requirement as well that would also overlay this. And I think they could perhaps have some screening there, but it probably couldn't have those images of the people doing physical therapy, because that is acting like a sign. It's advertising the service that's provided there. If it were a picture of a mountain or some trees or the lake or something, that might fall more into the realm of art, or it could be considered just a screening on the window. Whereas if it's a photo of the service that they provide in that business, I think it is more in the realm of a sign. It's advertising the service they provide. And then it would need to meet this 25% window area rule.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
So do we need a motion to keep it as is?
I think if it's fine as is, just nod your head or thumbs up and we can move on.
Okay. I see at least 4 or 5, so great. We'll move on. Thank you. Okay, moving quickly through here, parking lot signs, directional signs, Tiffin.
My comment was on the replacement signs. Okay, so first of all, it says when a sign is removed in button number 8, when a sign is removed and replaced, it says the wall shall basically be repaired prior to removal of the sign. Shouldn't it be like upon or after removal?
What I was trying to say is to the conditions that were there prior to removal of the sign. So, restore the ground so there's not a big hole, or, fill in the big bolt holes that were left when you took the sign down. I'm very open to any suggestions here on how to improve the wording.
Well, maybe something like, okay, so where the sign was located shall be repaired to its original condition, or to the original condition.
I agree. I think that would
Yeah.
cover it.
That would be good.
And then get rid of the S, I think. You could say maybe upon removal of the sign. I think that'd be okay. Instead of
Yeah,
prior.
there's another thing you need to work in there, because if you replace the sign, I don't see any point in, patching behind it if it just replaces it.
Yeah, wait, go back, remove the thing you just did.
Yeah.
I missed Mike's comment, but what I was saying at the very end, it says shall be repaired to the original condition prior to removal of the sign. You would really mean like prior to putting the sign there, right? So can't you say like repaired to the original condition upon removal of the sign, or immediately after removal of the sign?
I think you just dropped the last clause.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe we just delete this.
I saw Victor's hand next, and then Carolyn.
I had a comment on the parking section, so if we want to go back to that after we're done with this replacement, then happy
Great.
to do that.
Great. Carolyn, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, Allison, is this about just taking a sign that is beat up and needs to be replaced? Or
Yeah,
is this about
it's literally just, you have one sign and you want to replace. It could be because it's old and damaged. It could be because a new business is coming into that space. They're taking down one sign and putting in another sign.
Okay, well, what I would suggest is when a sign is replaced, comma, the wall or ground where the sign was located shall be repaired to the individual condition. I think the removed and part is causing some confusion. And you need a
Okay.
comma, I think.
Well, actually, I would say removed or replaced, and here's why, Carolyn.
Okay.
The United Health sign on the brick building where Freshies used to be, what is that, Haps now? So that brick building behind it, there used to be a United Health used to have an office there. They removed it, but that sign was fastened to the brick.
Mhm.
And they did a really poor job of basically filling in where that sign used to be. And you can see where the holes were and stuff. So it doesn't necessarily have to be replaced. It's really about either of these conditions. Maybe it's a smaller sign or a different shaped sign. But anyhow, the wall or the ground where it was located should be repaired to the original condition. That's the way I read it.
Okay, and I think putting the or there is helping. So when a sign is removed or replaced, the wall or ground where the sign was located shall be repaired to the original condition. How about prior to the installation of the sign? I mean, of course, then we're sort of tangling up replacement and removal. Well, anyway, that's my best shot, but I don't know if it's worth much.
Commissioner Murphy, and then
My point that kind of got lost in the shuffle there was that if a sign is replaced, there's no point to repair the areas underneath it. So I would say restored to the original condition to the extent left exposed by the removal.
I get what you're saying. I don't think we should overcomplicate it. Maybe maybe you just add the word visible to replace, comma, the visible wall or ground where a sign was located shall be repaired to the original condition.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I personally don't think you need the prior to the installation. I just think it should
Yeah, I
be original
agree.
condition.
I think that should be taken out as well.
It's just there's too many words.
Yeah, it's not needed. Okay, there, that's much better.
So folks, this might be a good opportunity for me to duck out. So thanks for the great meeting. Have a good night. I'll see you at the next one.
Good night.
Appreciate it, Jordan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so Tiffin, I believe this was your original motion or original comment. Do you want to make a motion to update this as it is?
So I'll make a motion to update section 1911 140B8 to read as follows. Replacement signs. When a sign is removed or replaced, the visible wall or ground where the sign was located shall be repaired to the original condition. And then I'd also propose updating the sentence where it appears later on 14 to read as the same on page 14.
I second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to update items 8 and again where it appears again on page 14 to the text that was read into the record. Are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
I
Any opposed, say no with a thumbs down. And hearing none, the amendment passes 6-0. And for the record, I know everybody heard it, but for the record, Commissioner Friedman has left the meeting. Okay, Victor, you had something down here, a couple of steps, if I recall.
Yeah, so on the parking lot signs, you specify signs for safety, identification, and direction. What about those signs that say you will be towed if you are in our surface lot?
I see the smoke coming out of Ellison's house.
Perhaps you could add and operation or something like that. Operation of the parking lot.
Sure. I just, whatever it is, I feel like we need to just, we need to include that here. Otherwise it becomes an illegal sign, right?
Yeah, I like, Allison, I like operation because I know we don't have any pay lots on the island, but if, for example, there were a pay lot and there were signs that had information related to that, I do like the idea of the arching necessary for the operation, comma, safety, identification, and direction.
There are a lot of signs in town center that say this parking space belongs to this business, and this parking space belongs to that other business, etc. I think that's similar to, if not exactly the same thing as to what Victor's saying here. Would that kind of fall under operations?
Yeah, I
How
think
about
so.
function or adding function?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I think operation covers
Sure.
all of that. But
What would be useful for you, Allison, in terms of implementing this code or interpreting the code? Is operation sufficient to cover both what Victor's talking about and the idea of owning specific spots, which apparently seems to be a thing?
I think so. I mean, there's like signs that say, you know, only people patronizing this business can park here, others will be towed. I think that relates to operation of the business or operation of the lot.
If I may, there's one other type of sign that might fall within that same cluster that I'm seeing a lot pop up right now are the electric charging station signs. There's a particular company that's doing free charging stations in parking lots, and they have a fairly large illuminated poster sign. And then of course you'd have, you know, your Tesla charging or whatever. And I'm sure there's just a couple Teslas on the island.
None.
So I'm gonna raise my hand.
Go ahead, Victor.
So my question for Daniel on that's an interesting corner case. Is that a parking lot sign or is that a commercial sign? Because that's a separate business that's being run in the parking lot.
So it's a great question. It's kind of a new use case. And more often than not, when I see signs, is that it can't be the primary use for the property, and it has to be an actual business. And typically these are associated with Amazon Fresh, is the one I see over in Factoria. They have it in their parking lot. So it's a little tough to tell because it's a secondary use, but it's a secondary use that's much larger and in a location that most codes don't really envision. So I guess my point was that if operations is included in parking lot signs, perhaps the city would take the position that that is a operational component of the parking lot, like who can and can't park there and what they can and can't do in the parking space. It's just an idea that may be a way to capture that with it. I don't think you need to add words for it, but just kind of something to think about with that word being added.
Tiffin.
But then my question is, do we run into the problem that those types of signs wouldn't be in compliance with the dimensional regulations? Because isn't like a secondary use, we just said it can only be 6 square feet.
That was just for wall signs.
Was that just walls? So, I mean, I haven't memorized this code. I guess my question is, do we need to put in a provision for those or should we leave well enough alone?
I mean, I guess my point was you might be covering it by having it here, and so you don't need to do anything more. But I think if you didn't think about it, which is obviously totally fine, you will see these signs show up. I mean, they're popping up everywhere right now. So just to consider.
Okay, thanks.
Question about that. So the signs that you say are showing up in Factoria where you get free charging, but you have to look at the sign to do it. Is it like a lit sign, like a TV screen with something going on it, or is it a stationary kind of non-lit sign that wouldn't light up the neighborhood?
The ones that I'm seeing in about 4 or 5 different jurisdictions are about a 2 foot by 3 foot electronic sign inside of a kind of a standing monument. It is not moving, but it is electronic, and then it will change the screen. And so as I understand their business model is they give away free slow charging and they have advertisements on that screen, and they put it in front of businesses that want people to charge and stay a little bit longer to do their shopping.
Well, that would be a billboard.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes beyond being an operations thing. It goes more into trying to get people to buy something, right?
Yeah, so this is a one of those areas that I wrestle with in competing interests, where I think as a city, we have set a direction in a number of ways, saying that we want to promote these sorts of facilities moving forward. I know been talk about, how we become more of a green city in a number of different ways. And so this is one way that certainly helps provide a more incentive for people to engage in, electric driving and electric charging, but it does conflict with maybe some of the tenets that we've laid out here related to electronic signs and advertising. So I, for one, the building I used to work in had one of these Volta stations in front of it. And frankly, it wasn't that distracting, but if you had a bank of 6 or 8 of them, it might be a different story. I want to say that it's maybe something that we should note in that it's something we'll probably need to revisit again in the future, but I'm not sure that we have some imminent problem that we need to regulate here without more direction and understanding of how these things are applied. But that would be my feeling.
It sounds like the current language that we have in there, section 6, subsection B, that says size, these signs shall be no higher than 36 inches and no larger than 4 square feet, is a bit smaller than what the signs are that you guys were describing. So it sounds like whatever business is doing this would have to custom design something smaller to be able to fit within that size range. And they probably have kind of a standard unit that they would say, well, if you don't allow us to do the 2 foot by 3 foot thing, we won't put it there. So it might be that 6B will actually accomplish the restriction on that.
Well, except the 6 is directional signs, not parking lot signs. So it's a completely different subsection.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay.
Victor?
So I would just point out that the scenario that Ted just brought up works if there's just one sign, but if there's 6 signs right next to each other for the same essentially business, then that kind of falls apart. I'm gonna support Chair Hubble on this and say, I think there's just too many unknowns on this and too many questions, and I think we note it and then move on.
Great. So I think we had the addition of operation to item number 5. Does someone want to make a motion to add that?
So moved.
Second,
Okay, is there a second?
second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Murphy. All of those in favor say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
I
Okay, any opposed say no with a thumbs down. And the motion passes 6-0. Okay, anything else on this page? Okay, moving down to page 9, we're getting closer. So there are the item number 9 is one area that Allison said there was the addition of the promoting health, safety, and welfare in the exemptions. Is there any heartburn over the change in language here around exemptions? Okay. Prohibited signs? No. Okay. And lighted signs. This was an area that Allison noted around the illumination of, I believe, monument. Oh no, this could be any type of sign.
Any
Is this under
lighted
still under
signs
wall
in town
signs?
center. This is any
Okay.
lighted signs in town center.
Great. Any comments or changes to what was proposed by staff? Commissioner Boatsman.
Well, I think it's a good start, I think, as Allison pointed out, it would be a little premature and difficult for us to try to start talking foot candles and, all the details. But I think this is a good start, particularly saying that internally or externally illuminated etc., shall use the lowest feasible illumination necessary. Okay, it's a nudge in that direction, but certainly those that are actually externally lit, I like this very clear language that the light source is steady, stationary, shielded from view, and directed solely onto the sign. Now, that's really good. We could use that same kind of improvement in our neighborhoods, but yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this? All right, hearing none. Street numbers, any comments? And then item number 12, I want to come back to, Victor, this gets back to the original, so we removed the duplicate up above, and the guidance that I provided was that we add this as a footnote to our correspondence to the council that we believe that this should be reviewed, but we didn't have adequate direction to come up with a good recommendation. Is everybody okay with that approach, or would anyone like to make a specific change? I'll go to Carolyn, and then I'll go to
Okay.
Tiffin.
I would prefer to just leave this as it is. I think that, you know, a commission of, I guess, 7, I don't know how many people on the design commission, appointed by the city council, and working with this regulation, can make a good decision in the interest of Mercer Islanders. I love to have a safety valve allowing creativity and something fun, that might not meet everything in here, but in their ability to review it and allow some creativity for a community, I think it'd be kind of great to just leave it in. That would be my
Tiffin?
view.
Yeah, I actually agree with Carolyn. I remember now when we did this and there was a lot of tension between how much prescription we need and how much flexibility we need. And I tend to think we should leave it in as well. I actually think the phrase waive the above restrictions is kind of a scary phrase. It should almost be a little bit more like modify the criteria or something like that. But I would also be in favor of just leaving it as is, especially if there hasn't been a problem. Like I do think the design commission serves an important role. We kind of need to give them a little latitude to do what they do.
Commissioner
That's
Murphy?
it.
Yeah, I concur with Carolyn and Tiffin on those points.
Okay, Victor?
I'll reiterate my dissent on this. Yeah. I don't think I'm an advisory commission, and we advise the council. The council takes our recommendations and votes on them. They make the code the law, and then we have another unelected commission that can overturn all of this. To me, without some guardrails on that, that seems wrong.
And as a matter of process, Allison, remind me, any design commission decision that they make does actually have to be formally ratified by the council, correct? Like,
Actually, that's not correct. When the design commission makes a decision to approve the design of the building, that stands on its own.
okay.
It does not go to city council.
Yeah, there are some things that do and some things that don't. So thank you for clarifying that. Carolyn, did you have your hand up again to say something, or is that old?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I will take my hand down.
That's all right. Just want to make sure you get your voice. So I'm hearing a mixed consensus here on leaving this in versus providing direction to the council. I think it either would be comfortable in a note that they may want to look at how to either clean up the text or to review the appropriateness of this. I guess what I'll need is I'll need 4 people to tell me whether we add an addendum that says they should look at it, or 4 people that say we don't. Carolyn?
And I would say I'd be fine if we sent it to them saying, you know, it might be worth taking a look to see if some additional criteria would be helpful. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to do that or anything. I just think it's not likely to happen very soon.
Okay. Carolyn and then Ted.
I think referring back to what you said earlier, Dan, when you mentioned that when you were on the design commission, there was some concern about the lack of guidance around this, and that having some kind of parameters or guardrails or at least further help to the planning commission or the design commission as to what different factors they look at and how to weigh those. I think advising the city council we should revisit that at some point in the future makes sense. Whether that's something that they want to do or not, I don't know. But I think you experienced it firsthand on the design commission, and you found that it was difficult not having some guidance there, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd classify it as a problem, but it certainly created some good discussion. How about that? Carolyn, did you have another comment?
Yeah.
Now?
No, I think if you have 4 people that want to raise that question to the council, that's a good way to go about it. I prefer not to raise the question with the council because, if we don't think it's a problem, well, then I don't think that, we need to put that on their plate. But, we're not talking about a multifamily dwelling here. We're just talking about a sign. So I think just to that, because of that, I think it's all right to just, leave this alone. But that's my view.
Okay. If it's okay with everyone, maybe I get a thumbs up if I, and in conjunction with the staff in our communication to this, just I'll make a note that this was an area of conversation and we have no recommendation, and that the council may want to look at whether or not it's in their desire to do anything more with this section. Would that be okay? I get a thumbs up. Okay, I got 4 people. Okay. So Allison, we'll just include some general.
Yeah,
note there.
I can help draft something and I'll just ask you to help me wordsmith it to get it right.
Absolutely. Okay, moving on. Only a couple more pages to go. Hopefully we'll get through these. So outside of the town center, are there any comments or changes to any of this section? Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I think Tiffin may have also raised this in her comments, but in B1B, you have internally lit, but then you allow externally lit signs in B1, B small, 2 small i's, excuse me, and B small I prohibited, and it's allowed, externally lit is allowed in B2 small i's. Frankly, I think an internally lit sign with minimum wattage, if we borrowed that language that Allison drafted for the other clause and put that in here, an internally lit sign at minimal wattage would be far less obtrusive than externally lit signs. And if we want to put a time limit on so they're not on all night, then you just say they have to be shut off at 7 or 8 o'clock. But I think this is backwards, frankly.
Okay. Do you have a specific amendment you'd like to propose then?
yes, I would eliminate for B small I, B1, B small I. I would allow internally lit signs. And I would engraft onto that the language from the other clause about minimum wattage, etc., for illumination. Which is also repeated in B small I or B2 small i's.
Yeah, I
Or-
think
Or even better is all you do is let me put it this way, say internally lit or externally lit signs are allowed, shall use the lowest feasible illumination. All the language that's in two small i's.
I think we could probably just copy the section from the town center down here and just say sign lighting is allowed as follows, and then it would have those provisions about the sign lighting, using the lowest feasible wattage and that kind of stuff that comes from above.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Do you, Allison, or is it more appropriate to just say item B, sign lighting is allowed as set forth in, and then just cite the reference in the town center code, the town center section, and then that way we don't have to duplicate
That
it?
would work too. Mhm. Yeah, if there's
I mean, that's the
consensus among the
simplest,
commission that we want to allow this, then that would be the simplest way to do it.
And that way you would remove the two sub I and II, and then just say, hey, the lighting is allowed per the previous restrictions in the town center. Carolyn?
I've been listening to the conversation but I have some sort of, I have to step back for a minute. Could you refresh my memory? What is PBZ?
Planned business zone. It's the South End Shopping Center.
Okay. So are we talking here about the residential area?
It
This-
could include things in the residential area, like if you have churches, synagogues,
Shore club,
yeah, the
beach
JCC,
club.
those kind of things that are located in residential areas.
What about home businesses?
I believe they're really restricted to like a tiny sign that just identifies.
Do we
The
have that
person
in the
there.
code somewhere?
We talked about this last time. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I do think we have
I would
something.
like to get clarification that this doesn't apply to the residential area somehow.
I
Well,
don't agree with that.
It does apply to non-residential uses in residential zones.
Oh, right, I'm misspeaking. Okay,
I did.
so how
Carolyn,
could we
read in
get this to not apply to home businesses?
There is a regulation that's like really specific to home businesses. It's like a
And I
1
think-
by 1 foot sign or something, or 1 by.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Further
Somewhere in this
further
code?
down.
It's page 12 of 16,
Okay.
item 3.
Yay. Non-single family. Wait, you say
Signs
not
for
number
licensed
3?
Practitioners or service operators in residential zones. It's
Okay.
in section 3 under
Okay.
signs for
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
All right, good, thank you. All right. Other than that, I'm in favor of what you're proposing here. Now that that's been cleared up.
Okay, so going back up to where we were, I think it was page 10, Allison.
Lost my spot.
I know, sorry.
We are.
Yeah. So essentially, I believe if someone would like to make the amendment, I think the proposal was to change item B to say sign lighting is allowed as set forth in, and then whatever the citation number is.
So moved.
would that achieve the dark skies initiative wording that we're trying to fit in here, or is that not being removed?
No, that was
is-
in the section
that's
that
in there.
we're,
It refers to the section up there in the town center code that we
Let's
just
talk
talked about.
Yeah.
We're
It's
talking
the
about
same.
paragraph I, not paragraph II, right? Or are we changing II as well?
I think we're getting rid of all of this except we're keeping this reference.
Which is what we had before in the town center, right?
Correct.
I guess my
Okay.
concern is that we added some value by trying to address the dark skies initiative. We're trying to
This
add,
will pick up that same language. This section includes all that stuff about externally lit signs will be arranged with the light sources, steady stationary, etc.
that will be in the section that we're referring to. Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the section we had just discussed a couple minutes ago.
It also happens to be repeated in II there, but we don't.
I think you
Yeah.
can delete II because this section refers to all lit signs internally and externally.
Yes. Agreed.
Great. So I'm going to reiterate the motion by Commissioner Murphy is to strike items I and II and add to the item B reference to sign lighting being allowed per the standards set forth, per the town center standards set forth in MICC 1911-140B10 or whatever the new numbering is.
Okay.
And then who seconded that?
I will. If
Okay.
there wasn't one
Seconded.
already.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Is everybody clear on the change? So it would be changing item B to the way it's written, and then we would strike the two subsection I and II.
Okay.
Okay, hearing no questions, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
And all those opposed say no with a thumbs down. And the motion passes 6-0. Okay, we'll go to freestanding ground signs. Any changes? Questions? Hearing none. Wall signs outside residential zones. Okay, hearing none. Let's go to page 12, Allison. Did your screen freeze, Allison? Or
Oh, I guess so. I'm moving it.
oh, there
Is it
goes.
coming?
Sorry, sorry. It is now. Sorry, maybe go up just a little bit on page 12. Oh, yeah. So signs for non-single family uses in residential zones. I think this gets to the question that a couple of folks had, and there's a bunch of subsections here. Signs subject to setback requirements. Item 4 was, I believe, the one that we added last time around what are these like navigation signs for some of the long driveways and things like that. Is there any concern with this final language? Okay, and I think Carolyn, item 5 on page 13, I think gets to your question about signs for home businesses.
Mhm.
And 72 square inches is the total size that can be.
Good.
I have a comment on that one.
Oh, yes.
So I have a problem with the 72 square inches and the unlighted sign. So if these are geared to licensed practitioners or service operators, and in the fall and winter time, it gets dark here at 4 in the afternoon. And it would seem to me that, a small lighted sign that you have to turn off at 7 or 8 o'clock would not be an imposition on the neighbors. And frankly, a backlit sign or internally lit sign would be far superior to a lighted, externally lighted sign. And 72 square inches is less than the size of my house numbers, which are, more than, they're, I believe, 7 inches tall and more than 12 inches. So we're talking about something that's basically the size of a reasonably sized street numbers. And I would increase that number to, maybe 96, not dramatically, but enough to get the information. And I would allow it to be internally lit so that it would be visible, and I would require that it be turned off no later than 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
So I just actually did some math here, Commissioner Murphy, just for a frame of reference for people. An 8.5 by 11 piece of normal paper is 93.5 square inches. So we're talking about a sign that would be smaller than a piece of paper. And so I tend to agree with you that that's probably pretty small, certainly too small to see from the street.
Yeah,
So I'm wondering, do you have, no, go ahead.
I guess the thing that first came to mind when I was reading this part of the code was the centuries-old concept of hanging out a shingle, right? Of literally putting out something about the size of a shingle that has the name of your business on it, but that you can only read if you're standing in front of the door about to knock on it. And it's not meant to be something that can be read at 40 miles an hour going past from across or from the street. And I think if we want to make it lit, if we want to make it larger and make it something that can be actually seen from a car that's not yet in the driveway or a car that's in motion, then that really changes the intent, I think, of what these signs would be. I think the intent is that the sign is something you can read once you've gotten out of your car and you're actually standing in front of the door and yep, this is the right place. This is a place where so-and-so is that I was looking for. Did you guys have kind of the same read that this was intended to be something that's read when you're standing there?
No, and that's not how most people operate nowadays. Very few people want to get out of their car until they know they're at the right spot. So I was envisioning someone, driving slowly down a side street, trying to figure out whether they're at the right place, and they can see this small sign that's, discreetly lit and said, oh yeah, this is the place. So then you pull in the driveway or park in the parking strip and you're there. The idea of hanging out a shingle dates back probably to the period before there were cars.
Yep.
Which fortunately I don't remember.
I don't either.
And
first came to mind when I read it. It's kind of like,
yeah, it's a nice idea, but
inches,
I don't think it comports to the modern era. And frankly, I don't know how many of these businesses are out there that, have this, but it would be nice to just make it a little more user-friendly for them and their clientele.
I guess if we want to make it, if our intent
I'm on mute.
is to make it readable from the street, I think it needs to be even bigger than 96 inches.
Well, that's probably true. I think, Dan's back of the napkin calculation there probably demonstrates that it does need to be a little bigger, but you don't want it to be too obtrusive.
So let me go to Daniel to weigh in from his professional perspective, and then I'll go to Carolyn.
Again, I'll just quickly note, your code actually has two types of things that I don't know which one this is referring to. So you have home occupations, and then you have a resident business. A resident business is an allowed business that happens to be in a residential zone. That could be something that, again, is that parcel is allowed to be a business. A home occupation is a narrow exception from a residential use that should be on that property. That's how I read this, is that when you are allowed that narrow exception to operate a business where a business should not operate, you get a very small sign, and that is intended to make sure that when you're in a residential area that's not supposed to have businesses and you have that narrow exception to have a business, that you have, for lack of a better phrase, that one shingle, just to make sure that you can at least identify the business. But you're not supposed to have business signs in those locations because you're not even supposed to have a business except for in that narrow exception.
Carolyn.
Yeah, I agree that the sign should be a little bit bigger, but I do picture it as being a sign to just confirm you're at the right place when you get to the door. I think that people nowadays, primarily, they're going somewhere, they're just using an address, they're just using their phone, making sure they're going to the right place. And I don't think people need to see a lit sign. I would not be in favor of a lit sign in neighborhoods. Kind of go along with that narrow exception idea that, okay, it's a business, that's fine, but let's make the business blend with the residences rather than stand out. But primarily, I just don't think it's a lit sign that's needed because of the way people find addresses.
Okay. Are there, Tiffin?
Yeah, maybe we could just make it like 1 square foot or 144 square inches. It's kind of not too big and not, but a little bit bigger.
Is that
I
a
looked
motion?
at pictures of shingles and that looks about like what they look like anyway. I don't really have a strong feeling about the lighting. I don't think we should put necessarily a time in there because then I think that's kind of like difficult to regulate. We could, if people are in favor of the lighting, we could say like when the business is in operation, that kind of thing. But I don't know, just to move along, I think somewhere around 1 square foot or 150 square inches makes sense.
Is that a motion, Tiffin?
Well, I'll make it as a motion if Mike thinks it's a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Is that a second then, Mike?
Yes, that'll be a second.
Sorry, I'm gonna push the question here.
That's getting us moving along here.
Yeah, it's 10. So
Do you think
all
1
right.
square foot or 150 square inches?
I'd be supportive of saying square feet because that's how most of the other things are measured here, and it's a little easier to wrap your brain around.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to move the 72, change the 72 square inches to 1 square foot.
Great, and that was seconded by Commissioner Murphy, correct? All right, I have a
Yes.
confirmation from that. Carolyn, you have an addition.
Yeah, I would again favor the smaller sign, raising the size to say, 96 inches or whatever, just a little bit. You're at the right place. I think that would be sufficient. Whereas, the 12 by 12 is getting bigger. It's the kind of sign that now you're walking down the street and you always see this sign that advertises a business. So I would be in favor of I would not be in favor of the larger sign.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the motion is just to change the size from 72 to 144. It's not to allow illumination, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all of those in favor of the amendment to change the size of the home signs to 1 square foot, please say aye with a thumbs up.
I,
All opposed, no with a thumbs down.
Nope.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Boatsman as the nay vote. Okay, any other questions or changes or comments here on this page? Directional signs.
So, what we were talking about whether they would be lit or not.
Currently, the language says it's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
the current language says 1 unlit window or wall sign.
Okay. Okay, so, all right.
If there's no other comments on this page, Allison, I have a question around number 9 around street numbers. First, as we get to lighting, there is actually no provision here that talks at all about lighting, either what's allowed or not allowed. And there are some very interesting street number lighting. There's one that's down here near the Roanoke that's on North Mercer, or sort of the intersection of North Mercer and West Mercer, that's backlit. It's like metal that's cut out, and behind it they have LEDs that like cycle and flash, and they go between colors, and it kind of causes a lot of distraction that our code currently is silent on. And so I'm just curious if people feel that A, there's a need, if there's a problem, and B, if there's a need to regulate any of the lighting for house numbers.
So if we don't say anything about it, if we don't say that it's prohibited, then it's allowed?
Correct. So currently people can do whatever they want. They can either not be lit, it can be lit, and it can be lit backlit, it can be front lit, it can be flashing and moving and all sorts of stuff. And so
Well,
I actually have no problem with it, but it's silent on it. That we regulate the size as 6 inches in height, and I'm not sure I know of anybody that has. I mean, I know there are some people that have. I can certainly tell you in the older neighborhoods, like here in First Hill, there's probably a lot of people out of regulation with that. I had no idea that they needed to be that big.
oh, no, smaller than 6 inches. Oh yeah, that's kind of odd. Is that? Holy
I
smokes.
believe
So-
those are for, fire safety and police. But
You know,
those were all before GPS and cell phones.
Yeah. And again, I'm not suggesting we change it. I just wanted to flag it as something that I thought was somewhat weird and
That is
inconsistent. I have no issue leaving it all the way it is, but I felt it warranted at least
Okay.
bringing to the attention. Okay, if nobody has any desire to move one way or another on that, let's leave it silent, because I don't think it changes the intent of the original art. I don't think it's in alignment with the original intent of this, which is bringing us into compliance with the Reed code. So as we move down to number 10, we made some changes up above to the language of this. There's some additional language in this particular citation around replacement signs. And so, Allison, I don't know, does it warrant making an amendment to change that that first sentence to be congruent with the prior sentence, and then
I
leaving
think
the other-
Tiffin noted that in her motion before that it should carry through to page 14, and I did jot that down as a comment.
Oh,
So I will
you're
carry
right.
that forward with the final
Great.
draft.
Perfect. I had mentally noted it and I forgot that it was actually part of the motion. So, okay. Okay, so item number 11, prohibited signs. Any comments here? Okay, hearing none. We'll continue down to page 15. Public schools, reader boards. Again, most of this is fairly untouched.
Yeah, we haven't touched any of this public school stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move to page 16. And I think this was
those
just
two definitions.
definition. And then there was a comment, I think, earlier about maybe, well, no, we added a definition to that subsection. So I think we're covered there.
Okay.
Is this was there already a definition? So we're adding this definition of public
This
art.
public
Is there one?
Art definition is new. And then I just added a couple phrases in the sign definition to differentiate signs from public art.
And you said that the Arts Commission or someone had reviewed or provided this language?
Sarah Bluvis is our economic development manager, and she also staffs the Arts Commission. And so she's pretty well versed in how art installations happen on the island, as well as businesses that have approached her asking if they could put murals on the sides of their buildings. So that's kind of how we got into that conversation. She had a couple questions from businesses about whether they could put murals up and how that was regulated. And so we thought it would be worthwhile to clarify that as part of this amendment.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have a problem with how this is laid out, essentially saying that public art based on that definition is not regulated as a sign? Okay. I got a thumbs up on that. Okay, so with that, we have a number of amendments. We'll go back to the main motion. The main motion on the table is approval of the draft sign code as it has been amended. Are there any further comments on the entirety of the code before we take a vote? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the sign code as amended, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Can we do a roll call vote for the final vote, please?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. We can more than certainly do that. Andrea, would you like to do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Rashish,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weinberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Yes.
and Chair Goodman, or Commissioner Goodman, Chair Hubble. I can't read.
Oh,
Oh,
It's late.
yeah, I'm yes.
Motion passes as amended.
I know Tiffin and I are hard to distinguish sometimes, but
Oh,
Would help if I didn't write in the wrong box.
no problem. All right, let me go back to my
It's not your
agenda.
style.
Thank you, everybody, for going through this. I know that this has been a long process, but I do think that there's been, I think we've made a lot of really good updates and some clarity. So thank you for that. We'll go to item number 4 in our agenda under other business, which is the director's report. Allison?
Thank you. Okay, I just want to go over a few things. I'll keep it brief. The first one is about our upcoming schedule. As you know, our August meetings are canceled. So our next meeting is a special meeting scheduled for September 22nd. I believe the city council will be taking action on their August 31st meeting to direct the commission to work on a town center retail code amendment. I don't know exactly what the direction will be at this point. They will be deliberating on that on August 31st. And then, I'll have a couple weeks to turn around a staff memo to you about what we've been given and where we'll be going with that meeting. I believe Jeff Thomas, the director, and Sarah Bluvis, the economic development manager, will be joining us for that meeting. They've been working with the council and a consultant to do this initial round of evaluation that is leading up to the council's direction that will happen on August 31st. So they'll be coming to kind of present all that information to you all and give you the council's direction. And then we are going to have a very tight timeline to move that code amendment forward. There's currently a moratorium on the southern portion of Town Center, and it's set to expire in December. The council would like to take action and adopt a code amendment prior to that expiring, which means they need to have 2 meetings in November on this topic. And the Planning Commission needs to conclude its work before the end of October, actually the middle of October, to give enough turnaround time for that recommendation to be processed into an agenda bill and brought to the council. So we're proposing to hold a meeting October 6th, which would be our usual first Wednesday time, in addition to that September 22nd. And so that would be the main 2 meetings to review this code amendment. I think what we're anticipating from the staff end is that council will give fairly specific direction, and then Jeff and Sarah will be able to prepare a rough draft of the code amendment for the September meeting. And so when they come to you, they'll both give kind of the study session information of here's all the background, here's what you've been directed to do, and also have at least a rough version of what their recommended code amendment looks like. And then you guys can have an opportunity to give them a lot of feedback at that point. They'd come back with a second draft for the October 6th meeting. I wanted to kind of take the temperature today if the commission feels like 2 meetings would be adequate given that, or we can think about this as we go on in September as well, but we could schedule an additional meeting October 13th as a special meeting if you all think you need 3 meetings. And again, we don't need to decide that tonight. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. We'd probably need to decide at the September meeting.
Yeah, Allison, I'll just chime in and say I think it's really
Yeah.
going to depend on the scope of work that they want us to tackle.
So I wanted to put the dates on your radar now and kind of put that out there. We can make the decision in September, and Andrea can notice that meeting, and we can move forward from there. After that work is all completed, then October 20th, we're scheduled to review the submissions for the 2022 docket and make a recommendation on that. As some of you might remember from last year, we got, it was a dozen or 15 proposed amendments. Some were from staff, but many were from the community. And we need to evaluate all those and make a recommendation to City Council on which one should be placed on the final docket, which essentially forms the work plan for the Planning Commission next year. So I'm holding that as the only item on that meeting because I'm anticipating it'll be a fairly lengthy discussion. Then we've got 4 meetings on the calendar for the rest of the year. I've noted that the December 1st meeting falls during Hanukkah, so we probably should not plan to meet then, which gives us 3 remaining slots. We have 2 fairly substantial items yet on the docket. They were the code amendments proposed by Commissioner Boatsman related to some nuisance code issues around noise and lighting, and the code amendment proposed by Daniel Thompson that relates to the administrative code and the noticing procedures for some certain types of permits. So I think my recommendation at this point in time would be that we keep the November 3rd, November 17th, and December 15th meetings for those topics. Again, we don't need to decide this, make a final decision on this now, but I just want you all to hold those dates with the anticipation that we will have those two fairly big topics, and we'll probably need 3 meetings to get through them both. Does anybody have questions about that? Does that sound okay? All right, moving on. I also wanted to give you a little bit more information about the docket process since we're not meeting in August. We will be putting out public notice of the docket submission opportunity in August. And then for the month of September, that docket submittal process is open, and any members of the public can submit either suggestions or applications for code amendments or comprehensive plan amendments. The staff will collect all those and bring them back to you October 20th for your review and recommendation. And then it will go to City Council on November 17th, and they review and approve the final docket at that time. And we're trying to keep this timeline because then the council will approve the budget for next year at their following meeting in early December. So it helps to have the docket finalized prior to that, so we have a better understanding of the work plan and any resource needs that might relate to that. So I guess the one thing I wanted to note for you all, if you do have your own ideas of things that you might want to submit for the docket, definitely start thinking about that. If you'd like to chat with myself or other staff during August to help you formulate your idea, feel free to reach out and I can help get something set up for that. Okay, final thing, we are recruiting for boards and commissions again. The applications are due August 13th, and there's several positions open currently on the Arts Council, Design Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, and the Utility Board. Specifically for the Design Commission, where it has sort of professional slots, and we're recruiting landscape architects, urban planners, and civil engineers to fill some of those spaces. So if you know any folks with that kind of professional experience, please reach out and encourage them to apply. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right. So the next item, just given the maybe go back a couple slides, Allison, to the planned meetings. And just do a double check on September 22nd, which will be our next meeting, or actually any of these meetings, just to do a quick poll. Are there any known conflicts that anybody has that they may not be able to make? Specifically the 22nd meeting, which is the next one, and potentially the 6th and
yeah, I think I reported last time, I may not be available 22nd, but it's depends on how long my trial goes.
Okay. We will note that. Okay, and I'm not hearing any others. So yeah, was when we convene in September, as we lead up to that, Mike, just make sure we, Allison and Andrea, are sort of up to date on what your status is. With that, are there any other announcements or communication from the group that you need
I
or
just
would like
had
to share?
one thing, Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind you all, all should have gotten an email from City Manager Bond regarding our meetings. The plan is to keep you guys remote until the end of the year. Our amazing IT group is super close to getting a hybrid solution figured out where we're able to provide the public a way to watch the meeting either virtually or in person. So stay tuned. We're still working on that. The biggest challenge is council has more support of people to run the meetings. So they're making it so we can do it with just me running.
Great. Thank you for that update. And hopefully I'm going to cross my fingers that we're all going to be able to be back in person in January, because it's way more fun doing this in person for sure. Okay.
I'll bring
not
cookies.
hearing. Yeah, we'll have a pizza party For sure. Okay, if there are no other announcements or communications, again, thank you everyone for putting through a couple of really long meetings to get through all of the sign code stuff, but I think it's important, and I think we've got some good updates there, and we will see you all on September 22nd. And if you can hold
Thank
on the
you.
line until Andrea pushes the button to dismiss it, the meeting's adjourned.